contemporaneously listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. Notice for this meeting notice complies with House rules and RSA 91A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@lej.state.newhampshire.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. Christina Dyer is the staff assisting us, and please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. I'm going to start by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state whether there is anyone in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Would you be willing to call the roll?
Sure.
The committee list that I gave you.
I don't.
Okay, pull it up. Give us just a second here. Yep.
So this is,
This column.
Howard Pearl.
I am here and in the committee room.
Vice Chair Judy Aaron, present. Then we have, let's see, Peter Bixby, Representative Bixby.
I am in my home office in Dover, New Hampshire, and my son is elsewhere in the house. He probably won't be awake before we're done. He's still on West Coast time.
Okay. Representative Kennedy.
Here in the committee room.
Thank you. Representative Davis.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Von Flinsky.
Here in my living room in Keene by myself.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Representative Highland.
Yes, I'm here in my home office. My husband's in the home, but not in the room.
Thank you. Good morning. And Representative Perez.
I'm here in my home in Milford. My husband is in his own office in the basement.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Okay. And any other E&A committee members that are listening, welcome, and welcome to all of you that are on the public as well, listening in. We appreciate it. So we're going to start today with House Bill 366. And as soon as we're able, I want to pull up Representative Avis, who is the chair of the Criminal Justice Committee. I want to give him an opportunity to talk with us about some concerns and input that he has on the bill. I had asked him to review it and provide us with the thoughts that he had from a criminal justice standpoint. So as soon as we're able, we'll bring him up and have him give us his thoughts.
I think he's on.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Welcome.
So and I had a chance to review that. When I reviewed this, and I will stick to just what the bill attempts to do and not discuss the underlying policy of what the chapter itself does, because seems to be some due process issues there. But so my understanding is that this bill's intent is to expedite or at least address the problem faced when a person's being charged with animal hoarding. And really what you need to figure out is what to do with the animals during the potential prosecution. So what this amendment or this bill as drafted, what I looked at it is somewhat problematic at least from a procedural perspective. So if a person is going to be considered incompetent, that person would need to be, the state would have to prove that. So that is something that they would have to prove. They bear the burden by a preponderance of the evidence that the person is not competent to stand trial, and that's a constitutional right that any defendant would have. But in part of being deemed incompetent, they have to show that you cannot be, your mental health issue cannot be treated or cured within a 12-month time period. Now, when I say mental health issue, it's not a medical term, it's a legal term. You know, you can still have a mental health issue but be competent to stand trial. So when it says cured, it means you are now competent to stand trial. So that requires a in-depth evidentiary hearing. So if that's the case, and a person does submit to a mental health evaluation, even if they are deemed to be incompetent, but they can be rehabilitated within, let's say, 6 months, it actually could delay the process, because the trial will essentially be, the prosecution would essentially be stayed while that person's receiving mental health treatment. So it actually could end up slowing down the process, which would, from my understanding, be counterproductive to what we're trying to accomplish here. I also looked at the language where it said they would undergo a psychological or psychiatric evaluation. I would at least reference RSA 135C, and that section itself has to do with someone who's involuntarily confined because of a mental health issue, whether they're going to harm themselves or another. And what I would reference in that section is when a person is confined, the court orders that person to submit to a mental health evaluation that's performed by a psychiatrist. And then that report is a report prepared by the psychiatrist that's given to the judge to help evaluate the individual's mental health status, to make a determination of. Now, that determination in that scenario would be to find the person, but I think in this case you have a psychiatrist would essentially be, it would be a recent mental health evaluation that would otherwise qualify as expert testimony. So it would be, at least in my opinion, it puts the court in the best position to make a determination. So you don't want to follow the 135C procedure, because that would involve obviously the involuntary confinement, and that's a whole nother, that wouldn't be applicable. But I think having that standard where the court relies on a report prepared by a psychiatrist, I think you want to make it consistent and have a psychiatrist do it, because they have obviously a education in performing these type of mental health evaluations in their doctors. So I mean, that's what that puts the judge in the best position. I'm looking at how this could be done. The concern I have is, while all this is being done, if it's a criminal case, if the person's found not guilty, I'm not sure what happens to the animals. I look at that as there was a charge, there was an order issued, and I'm not sure where the order would come from, because think of a domestic violence case where you have the underlying criminal case relating to the domestic violence charge. There could be a civil restraining order that's separate. It's a separate burden of proof. It's a separate hearing, even though there's some overlay with the facts. Here, I'm not recommending you have a separate type of like restraining order parallel that to domestic violence, but someone's being deprived of their property, but you're having them go through this mental health evaluation. But I'm looking at it while all that's happening. I'm not sure that's. I guess my question is, what is the mental health evaluation trying to solve here? The animal hoarding is the issue. So it might slow the case down, but at the same time, is the person going to get their property back when it's all said and done if they're found not guilty? So I'm not sure this bill, as written, accomplishes its goal. If the person, and the other thing, it can be expensive to get a mental health evaluation. My understanding is to have an evaluation by a doctor, which would cost, if they're uninsured, around $1,500 to $2,000. When it's ordered by the court, then there are psychiatrists that can be, I know it's under 135C, there's psychiatrists that are appointed by the court to conduct these evaluations. But again, there's a cost to go with that as well. But I guess I don't understand what the evaluation is doing, other than it's really taking their title away to a property. I suppose if they're deemed incompetent, then they're not going to have the trial anyway. But they're losing some of their property, but not all. They're losing their animals. So I just see it's a difficult subject, but I don't see it. I see it as such a clash between different areas of laws and different. That I don't know if this is going to accomplish the goal, and it actually might require it to be longer. I don't know if that makes any sense. That was my evaluation of it, and then the underlying bill chapter itself, I had some concerns in it in and of itself, because again, you can be deprived of your property without probable cause. We don't have to go completely down that road, but the Fourth Amendment says probable cause right in there. So if you're deprived of your property with a lower standard, I'm not sure that is appropriate, especially if you might not get your property back.
Well, now you understand some of the questions we were wrestling with as a committee, which is part of the reason we wanted to retain this and get some input from criminal justice. I appreciate that. Are you okay if I open it up to questions from the committee for you?
Yes, and just for the committee members to understand, and I hope this representative forgives me for throwing his name out there, but the case out in New Hampshire that discusses incompetency involving a criminal case it came out in 2018. At that time, Representative Lynn was sitting on the New Hampshire Supreme Court, so I presume he would be very knowledgeable of that case, at least more than I am, as he actually he decided that case. He was one of the judges that concurred in the opinion. So,
Thank you. Is there any questions for Chairman Abbas from the committee? I know that you've certainly inspired me to look at things and read a bit differently, and we may be leaning on you again because you gave me a lot to chew on in an area of statute that I'm not necessarily familiar with. So I'll have to go back and do a little more reading.
if I could just reference, if you go to line 28, where it says a person to undergo a psychological or psychiatric evaluation, I would at least change that to a mental health evaluation, as described. And then I can tell you the RSA that is on point where it involves the evaluation by a psychiatrist. So that's 135C colon 40 is, and again, that's involving involuntary confinement, but you can somewhat mirror that language in where it's discusses a report, and then it discusses what information you want in that report specifically to be evaluated by the psychiatrist. And then the judge is not bound by what that report says. So it's really just a recommendation. Obviously has some influence. The problem that creates is that if it's adverse to a party, people may want to challenge, and that's when they can get really expensive. And again, while this is all happening, if it's a challenge, there's going to be hearings with multiple witnesses, expert witnesses clashing with each other. And meanwhile, the animals are kind of going to be in limbo even longer. So how long this process would take to play out, to find an expert, just as a lawyer, when I've had to retain expert witnesses, you shop around, you got to execute a contract, go over with your client, make sure you want to talk to them, make sure they're qualified, especially if this was me. I'm not familiar with, I'm not a doctor. So talking with an expert witness, it's going to take some time for myself to get comfortable with that person. So that can even take some time. So I see this hearing being 2-3 months at a minimum. And then there's the issue of whether that person is an expert or not, but I feel like if they're a psychiatrist, it shouldn't be a problem. But
Thank you. Looks like we have a question from Rep. Bixby.
Yeah, I just wanted to, clarify in terms of what the charge would, the potential charge would be, animal cruelty in terms of negligence. And so the animal hoarding would not be a charge. But I don't, that's in some sense a picky point, but the idea behind the bill is if there is, if the evidence on the ground says that this person is treating their animals negligently to a degree that it would be considered cruelty, then something needs to be done about it. And then the question is the underlying cause of the negligence a willful act, or is it the result of some sort of mental incompetence? And what the bill is trying to do is create a mechanism so that the animals will end up being treated appropriately, but someone who is treating their animals inappropriately because of a mental health condition wouldn't necessarily, be placed into the category of being a criminal. And I know that this is kind of what we're struggling with, because if they are not considered a criminal, then then requiring them to get rid of their animals becomes very tricky. The legal basis for saying they shouldn't have the animals is hard to make. But at the same time, you don't want to give someone a criminal record if they're doing it because they aren't competent. So that's kind of what we're struggling with. And I don't know if you have any, that clarifies the question so that you could give us some more suggestions, or if we're still kind of stuck muddling.
And thank you for the question. What I was struggling with myself is that, so in order for the animals to be, whether they're listen, anytime any type of property, whether it's your cell phone, your sunglasses, your jacket is taken from you by the state, by a government actor, it's considered a seizure under the Fourth Amendment. Now, I understand in a scenario like this, there's somewhat of a clear and imminent danger to animals. So an officer feels that it's necessary to act, especially in a situation where it says they don't have time to get a court order to act. So that, I don't find anything egregious about that policy, but it doesn't say probable cause under the Fourth Amendment. And then it goes on to say even longer that if they can, after 7 days, they might not even file charges. So if it was such an urgency, once they take the animals into custody or they should be trying to file some type of charge or some type of, because they need an order at some point. They basically take your property, and then if you don't come claim it, you lose it. And I'm wondering, what order does it say that they're allowed to maintain or keep your property? There is no court order, and there's no probable cause standard stated in this section. What I was kind of throwing out there was, if the person is not going to be charged criminally, in order to be deemed incompetent to stand trial, you wouldn't deem someone incompetent to stand trial unless they were being charged with a criminal offense. Even though I understand logically it might sound like a good idea. Well, if the person's incompetent, let's save ourselves the trouble of going through the criminal procedure here. But if the person's not being charged with anything, there's no need or reason to ever deem a person incompetent to stand trial. So you kind of have to be charged with something. And then if you're going to compel someone to a mental health evaluation, if that's the circumstance, it would have to be by an order of the court. So for a court to issue an order, there has to be some open case attached. Most court orders, I should say most, every court order I've ever seen will have the docket number, whether it's a civil restraining order, or whether if it's a civil case, just a simple personal injury case, if it's a court order, the docket number will be on there. If it's a criminal case, same thing. It will have, court docket number. So if there's nothing pending in a court, when you get a warrant, that's usually prior to there being any criminal case, but you have to, again, in order to get a warrant, and this actually is something that came out, this was literally, I want to say in the last week, the Supreme Court of the United States said that in order to seize property, you need to have a warrant seize it from inside the person to search their home. You can't just simply go inside someone's house, seize their property and do it that way. So to me, if you do it with the warrant side, that's fine, because you've established under the law the probable cause with going through a judge. But when you seize the property, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to just keep it? You're getting the warrant because there's some type of criminal activity that you're alleged, that police are claiming. If they're not going to prosecute the case, they shouldn't be. It doesn't really make sense for a police officer to get a warrant, because they're getting it on the basis of criminal activity. You could go the route of getting a civil order, I guess. Think of like a restraining order in a domestic violence case, but here it's a lower burden of proof. It's civil in nature. In that case, you can have a domestic violence restraining order and there never be an underlying criminal case. So that is something that could happen. And that, to me, that's kind of the only way I see this being done, if you don't want to prosecute the person. But I guess setting up this whole chapter, this whole system, I don't know. Obviously, this is a problem that happens, but I'm wondering. I don't see any other way of doing it. You need to have a court case, so that's kind of where my thought.
All right, thank you. Rep. Highland, did you have a question?
I do have some questions, but I think I'll save them for now.
Okay,
Thanks.
sorry, I thought I saw your hand.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Rep. Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question, directing to Representative Abbas. It seems like if we're concerned about the animals as a primary, going down this rabbit hole of psychological evaluation and testing and proof and warrant, given the delays that you have cited, shouldn't we really be going in the other direction of existing laws, regulations, and statutes? I mean, we've all seen incidents on the TV where people have hoarded, a dozen or more animals, can't take care of them, and then a department comes in and gets a warrant, removes the animals, and there's court case on that subject from other statutes. And that's the question. Don't we have adequate statutes already to address the lack of care to the animals and then deal with the individual in some other fashion beyond that?
It's already, animal cruelty is already a crime. And if there is a crime being committed and there's probable cause to believe that a crime is being committed, it's, I guess, with animal cruelty, it could be a situation where it's a crime in progress. So if a police officer has probable cause to arrest the person, they can arrest the person even without the warrant. The warrant is one way to go about it, but when it comes to seizing the property, I mean, even if someone's arrested for an unrelated offense with the animals, I mean, if you're going to arrest someone and they're going to be, if they're going to be held without bail, for example, I mean, you're going to have a bunch of animals in the house that aren't attended to, whether they're farm animals or whatnot. So I think the law does already address this, but it doesn't. The problem is that while this case is going on, I mean, this would have been even amplified during the COVID-19 pandemic. The trial's ongoing. What's going on with the animals? And there's evidentiary reasons that you need to. If you're going to claim negligence, you're going to have to gather some evidence in that route. So I think getting a warrant and doing the police investigation as they would investigate any other offense, I don't see why you would deviate from that. because I think, and I get why we're trying to help. I'm an animal lover, everyone knows that. And I'm open about that, but I'm just saying if you create a carve out in the law for animals, or this type of, which are property, it gets a little dicey on how you want. Yes, I get to protect the animals, but we need a case or an order or something in place in order to do that. Otherwise, I see a serious due process problem.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you for that follow-up.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, again, if the primary focus is on the animal care, safety, the psychological aspect of the owner becomes of secondary importance, because time is of the essence when there's abuse and you have to remedy it, stop it. And it seems like we've seen cases where the state has come in and done ample work into safety and remedy of animal situations. Do you think that the bill, the 366, the definition of hoarding was adequate? I don't personally think it was adequate. Didn't even give us a number. What constitutes hoarding? People who can't take care of themselves might be hoarding at 1 or 2 animals. People with some means might be considered hoarding at half a dozen. You know what I mean? It's too variable and flexible. And do you think that definition of the bill was inadequate or should be amended?
So I didn't look into the definition of hoarding. It referenced the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. It's not uncommon when for a law or a statute to reference a definition of that. The problem is they could change their definition anytime, and they would then be changing the law. While look at it this way, an analogy, we joke about this with my son when he names the planets. Pluto, they changed the definition of what a planet is. So what was a planet no longer was one. Same thing, and just saying if they changed if the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorder changes the definition of animal hoarding, and so would the crime itself would change. So that's the problem with referencing that. I don't know how they reference it, and I would say you're right. Some people can have 12 cats and that be considered hoarding, and some may not. But as long as the animals are being properly cared for, I don't see a problem here. My problem was how the animals were being seized, is that it didn't necessarily require a probable cause to seize.
So Chairman Abbas, I'll step in here a sec. Part of the reason we chose that definition was upon the recommendation of an expert person that we had testifying that came in, and there was a good definition contained within there. She's actually on cue to speak right after you, so perhaps we'll defer that conversation, if you're okay with that, Rep. Stapleton, until Eileen Dacey is speaking, and you can ask her that question as well.
And what I would recommend just is, rather than reference the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the Mental Disorders, is you can take what the definition is now and put that in the RSA, as opposed to just referencing the manual. Because I'm just saying if the manual changes its definition ever so slightly, essentially our law, our definition's also changing without there being a legislative process. Because sometimes it may change for whatever reason. That's just more of a matter of practice than.
Sure.
So I'm not sure it would be as much of a problem in this case, but just that's the way I would do it.
Sure. Thank you. Rep. Highland, I see you're back with your hand up. You want to ask a question now?
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Yeah, I guess it might be appropriate to put this out there now. It's my understanding that the psych eval would decide whether this would be criminal or mental, whether there would be criminal charges or not. But also, when you talked about before, that they had 12 months to become cured, talked about that term. It's my understanding that the point of that would be to prevent recidivism. and that if this person could be cured within that 12 months or whatever the time frame might end up being, if they can prove that they are able to manage the animals within that space to become well, or whatever where the parameters are, that they would be able to get their animals back and then not have legal repercussions. But I might be misunderstanding, and it might not be appropriate time to bring that up, but I just want to put it out there. Thank you.
So a criminal defendant has a constitutional right to not be tried if they are legally incompetent. And that's already the law. So in this case, if the person, you're saying that if a person's deemed incompetent, this is what would happen. But that means that's competency to stand trial is a legal, not a medical concept. So you can be, that's what I'm trying to say. It's a legal standard, not a medical standard. So that's why the court is not necessarily bound by what the psychiatrist or whoever performed the mental health evaluation recommended. It certainly carries some weight. The state has the burden of proof to demonstrate the person it is competent to stand trial by a preponderance of the evidence. So if in such a case where there's an evidentiary hearing must follow, and the defendant is entitled to present evidence and cross-examine any witnesses, and the trial court has to make a specific finding of fact, and on the record must identify the evidence in which it based its decision on. And the reason why is that if a person wants to appeal that decision, it needs to be a clear record of whether that person is competent or not. Now, the 12-month time period is, so when they're determining if a person is incompetent, in part, whatever conditions that person has that they're relying on to find that person incompetent, the court is making the determination that those conditions will not be cured or improved upon within a 12-month time period. So that's it. You may be temporarily incompetent, but from a legal concept, you would have to have something that is not going to be able to reasonably be cured, or at least when I say cured, to the point that you are now competent to stand trial within a 12-month time period. That's what the court is making a determination. The Supreme Court in New Hampshire specifically did not, they actually said they do not want the psychiatrist or the mental health evaluation report to be what controls the finding, because that is the role of the court, not the mental health evaluator. Now, again, that holds a lot of weight. It is essentially, for all intents and purposes, expert testimony or expert evidence prepared by an expert, but it's not per se, this is the recommendation, they're finding, that's the court.
Thank you.
Thank you. Rep. Bixby.
Yes, so I was wondering in terms of the definition and sort of citing the definition for the DSM for the definition. I was wondering if there's any other place in law where the DSM is cited for the definition, or some other third body that would be creating a definition. And I think the example that comes to mind would be in terms of say material standards for building or that sort of thing, where there might be an engineering definition from an engineering organization. And I'm wondering if anything like that is put in statute, or sort of the reference rather than having the text from that reference put into statute.
And thank you for your question. Well, I couldn't tell you how many times it's happened, but it happens all the time. My opinion is, because we're dealing with a criminal charge, is that you want to have a clear definition written in the RSA. And if you don't want to, even though you're essentially adopting I would say a reliable definition, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the definition provided. I'm just saying that if that definition were to change by the third party organization, so would your criminal definition of what the offense is. So that's where my concern is. When it comes to building codes, yes, that happens all the time, but we're also dealing with civil type of cases. I'm just saying with a criminal case, it is important that a person's on notice of what the charges are, and what is and is not. Ignorance of the law is not a defense, but if the definition is changing and it happens, it's a little harder for someone to follow than if it's whether it's done by an act of legislation. I just would say for any type of criminal case, I would recommend, in my opinion, if you want to reference a definition from a third-party organization, rather than reference the organization, is that I would just essentially cut and paste their definition into the RSA. And if they make a change and this body supports that change, it's worth doing it. But I would only say that for criminal cases. I wouldn't. I think for building codes, some health codes, that wouldn't necessarily be as reasonable in some of the civil matters.
Thank you. Representative Von Plinsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to start this by saying I'm not I'm not equating children and animals here, but it seems like what we're trying to do is determine if someone is incompetent to care for animals. Not whether that's criminal or not, but is this similar to when we try to determine if someone is competent to care for children? You can be incompetent to care for a child, but it could have nothing to do with criminality. It could be just, unable to physically lift a child or whatever it is. Is there, again, I'm not trying to equate animals and children, but is the process similar enough to where we can lean on what we do in the case of children to help guide us with what we're doing here with caring for animals?
And thank you for your question. So when it comes to children, you're dealing with probate and family court type of issues. And then although you have constitutional interests in your property, it is a different constitutional evaluation when it comes to children. So, but I read HB 366, the incompetency is whether the person is competent to stand trial. So you could be found, I guess, incompetent to care for your children, but still be competent to stand trial. So I don't think those necessarily are synonymous with each other. Right? So I think here, when you're finding if the person's incompetent to stand trial, they're incompetent to stand trial. You don't need to codify that in any RSA. What this is doing is, so if a person is considered incompetent to stand trial, what do you do with the animals? The person's not being convicted, but you're essentially, it would divest the person of the title to their property permanently, and it would pass on to family members, or it says where that property would go. But we're essentially taking someone's property from them. And even, let's say I was deemed incompetent to stand trial, and you took my cats and gave them to my brother. Now, that person to person, that sounds very reasonable, but I own those animals. Now they've been taken from me, and the legal interest in those have been given to someone else. Now, I understand from an animal cruelty point of view, I am 100% on board with that. But from a constitutional due process perspective, I've now lost my title to my property. So I look at that as a concern. And it just begs the question, which direction do we want to go? I wouldn't be surprised if someone challenged that all the way up to the Supreme Court. And that just because someone will challenge a lot of the Supreme Court does not mean that you should. It comes up a lot, at least in the criminal justice public safety community. That shouldn't mean you shouldn't pass it. Affect how you're going to vote on this. Someone's just going to challenge it. I know if you're dealing with a large amount of animals, there's also a value side of it, especially if you're involved in breeding animals. So I can see that being a problem, even though the person isn't at the time they're incompetent to stand trial. And just because you're incompetent to stand trial doesn't mean you're necessarily incompetent to care for an animal. Again, that they're somewhat separate and distinct from each other.
So I'm going to bring in, thank you. I'm going to bring in Eileen Dacey and Stacy Ober into the conversation here because we're sort of getting into an area where I think they have some valuable input that they could add. So Stacy, did you want to come in and make a comment here?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate all of the committee's time and attention to this, and this has been very informative to hear Chair Abbas with his legal experience. I wanted to just thank Rep. Von Plinsky for raising the question about an evaluation as to whether or not an individual is capable of caring for an animal, and share with you I had a lengthy conversation with a supervising judge at a mental health court in Maryland who has drafted a manual for judges who are presiding over an animal hoarding disorder case. It's about 90 pages in length. It's not officially published, but she's shared it with me as well. And I've been authorized to share it with any lawmaker if it's of assistance. But in a case that she was presiding over, that individual was determined to be so delusional that he was incompetent to stand trial. And in other sections of the New Hampshire animal cruelty statute, I do believe there's procedural language around the temporary custody of animals pending animal cruelty charges. But there may be individuals where charges have been brought and post-evaluation, they are deemed competent to stand trial, but may be incompetent at caring for themselves or animals. And I think the real intent, at least from the American Kennel Club standpoint, was to recognize that animal hoarding disorder is not widely understood or known, and that there are on occasion individuals who are repeatedly prosecuted and without access to mental health treatment. The literature suggests that there is 100% recidivism rate. And there was one case, for instance, that I saw where a gentleman had been prosecuted and 10 years later was being prosecuted again, because these are individuals who are compulsively collecting animals. And if we don't address the root cause of their behavior, we leave them and animals in this perpetual cycle of gross neglect. So thanks for letting me just share those few thoughts with regard to the purpose really of the legislation.
Thank you. Eileen, would you like to jump in and add some to the conversation?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you everyone for your wonderful feedback, especially Representative Abbas. This has been highly informative. Some of the language that myself and Stacy Ober, we took a look at this and we created a new draft where we inserted, instead of the word or term animal hoarding, hazardous animal accumulation. And the reason for that is that psychological or mental health evaluation would determine if a mental health issue actually exists, and to specify what type or types are actually present, instead of just jumping to the conclusion that it's animal hoarding just based off of quantity of animals that are in question. And so I did want to just reshare what that definition is, because I did hear the question earlier as to how animal hoarding is actually defined in the DSM-5, which was published in 2013. And so animal hoarding does fall under hoarding disorder, just to clarify that. And it's as follows. It's a failure to provide minimal standards of sanitation, space, nutrition, and veterinary care for the animals. There's also a presence of the inability to recognize the adverse effects on the welfare of the animals, the resident or residents residing in the home, and the home environment. This is coupled with the presence of obsessive attempts to accumulate or maintain a collection of animals despite the deteriorating conditions of the animals and the environment. And then lastly, the person presents with perhaps a denial or minimization of evident problems regarding the living conditions for the person and the animals. And I just want to go back to making that distinction between hazardous animal accumulation versus animal hoarding, is because we can also make sure that through a psychological evaluation, is there perhaps a cognitive impairment, some sort of a physical deficit, or is this accumulation of animals related to some sort of financial exploitation, such as overbreeding, and not related to a mental health issue whatsoever? Of course, the forensic mental health report would then serve as expert testimony, which would provide the judge with adequate next steps determining how the defendant and what the outcome should be of the case. But again, the whole purpose of this is to really explore whether or not there's a mental health concern here, and what should happen next, whether it's treatment or not. I did hear a question earlier from Representative Stapleton regarding the quantity or number of animals. Should that be specified? And in fact, it shouldn't. There is a huge, actually a large resource of literature related to animal hoarding, and other states have taken a look at this as well, that it can be incredibly problematic specifying a number, because let's say, for instance, animal hoarding is defined as a person not having the ability to care properly for, say, 50 animals. But then what happens when there's 49? It starts to get rather subjective and muddy. And it really is, the focus should be around the quality of care, not the quantity of care. So I thank you all for your time. I just wanted to step in and share some of my thoughts.
Just writing that down, so bear with me a second.
Mhm.
Is there any questions from the committee or for Eileen, Stacy, or yes, go ahead, Judy.
Yeah, so I'm wondering, are you planning on sharing that, those definitions and language of the, I guess you had a new draft of language that you wanted to include in this statute for this proposed legislation? And can you forward that along to us?
Yes, most certainly. Stacy and I will do that.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you for your work on that. It sounds really, really an improvement.
Rep. Abbas, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's more of a kind of an open-ended question for everybody, including the other two witnesses just testified. I certainly appreciate that if someone has a mental health issue that is basically they're committing what we define as a criminal act that's actually fueled by the mental health condition. They can't control the act. In that case, we really don't want that person prosecuted, because that's not really, yes, we're helping the animals, but we're not solving the underlying problem. If this was a civil restraining order type of situation, I say that because if it was a civil order that's filed, and part of that order, you can have a mental health evaluation. That can all be done without there being a criminal offense. And that's up to, I would defer to this committee on whether they want to do that. I think that would, one, put the person in a position where they can actually get or receive some type of mental health evaluation. Also, they're not going to be charged with a criminal offense. Charges have to be filed, have to be brought, but it also gives there some type of venue for there to be some type of court order to at least justify everything that's occurring. But that, keep in mind, the trick that you run into with that, and this is what the Supreme Court case was about, it came out last week, that you need a warrant to get a warrant. The warrant is involved in a criminal case, not a civil case. So that puts the enforcement in somewhat of a tight spot, because now they can't seize the property without getting a warrant, but there's no criminal case. The way they get a warrant sometimes is that they're saying you're violating the civil order. But then by violating the civil order, you now have a criminal case anyway. So I know that's circular. I understand what everyone's trying to do, but it's kind of goes around it. And what we really want to hope for is for there to be appropriate discretion when which cases are prosecuted, which ones are not. But even that can be subject to scrutiny. So just a
I'm going to
thought.
ask a quick question and then I'm going to throw it over to Rep. Bixby. So based on what you just said, Representative Abbas, if this was to go as a civil order, would that still allow for the seizure of the animals? Is that where your concern is?
Well, if there was a civil order in place that would allow seizure of the animals, and there would have to be a burden and elements that get said order, that would allow the animals to be obviously put in a position where they're no longer in harm's way. That would also create a venue where the person could get mental health treatment, be ordered to submit to a mental health evaluation. And although their conduct may fall under a criminal statute, that person is not being charged with any criminal offense. I said earlier, you can have a domestic violence restraining order without a criminal case to go along with it. It's very common that they run together, but they don't have to. And it happens more often than not that where there is no criminal case. So I think if you went that route, that gives you the opportunity to actually address some of the concerns about not charging someone because of unfortunate byproduct of their mental health issue. But I guess if the person doesn't comply with the order and doesn't want to surrender the animals, because you can't get a warrant now. Well, I should say you can. You don't have a search warrant or a warrant to seize the property. You have a court order. When you enforce the order, if they don't comply with the order, well, that in and of itself would be a criminal act. Without there being a penalty for violating the order is just a piece of paper. But then now you're dealing with someone who now has they're getting arrested for something else. It's kind of circular. So you got to kind of juggle that. And
Sure, thank you. Rep. Bixby.
Yeah, this is actually kind of a question for you, Rep. Pearl, as the prime sponsor. So there is the language of the bill as it exists now seems to create confusion between incompetence to stand trial and incompetence to care for animals. And I was wondering whether your main focus in putting together the bill was the idea of the incompetence to care for the animals or the incompetence to stand trial.
I think it's more incompetence to care for animals, and it gets into such a challenging area because, again, it's not an area that the criminal justice side of it is certainly not a strong focus for me. And I certainly worked with Stacy and Elaine and a few others in drafting this originally, and I think my focus was more about care of the animals and trying not to have these folks prosecuted, for something that, if we could avoid that, if possible, and find a pathway to get these animals cared for properly. I think I'm going to actually pitch it over to Stacy for a minute and let her weigh in as well on what her thoughts were on that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I think this was, the initial intent of the bill was to ensure that the court had an awareness that this mental health disorder existed and that, in fact, it may be the root cause for the gross neglect of animals of a defendant brought before them. So I agree with you. It may be in the rare case that someone's disorder is so significant, as the Maryland judge shared with me, that they would be determined delusional and incompetent to even stand trial. What I'd like to understand from Chair Abbas is whether or not, in terms of the civil order approach, because agreed, we'd like to avoid criminal charges and instead try to create a policy where we could use carrots and sticks to have the individual get mental health treatment. Is there a difference between a warrant, a court warrant to seize in a criminal case versus an administrative warrant. And for civil orders, would an administrative warrant allow the temporary custody of animals so that they could be cared for while the court was having the individual evaluated and perhaps deciding what criteria this individual would need to meet in order to have the animals returned, for instance?
And thank you for your question. And when I answer this case was literally came out recently, so there may be difference of opinions on it. This was literally, I want to say last 7 days, the Supreme Court came out with this. And in that case, the police searched a person's house. They had a civil order. I was out of Rhode Island. It was a red flag order. And in Rhode Island, my understanding is only police officers can file for those orders. And what happened is they took the defendant or the respondent into custody. He wasn't there. And the police told the person's wife that he gave consent to search the house. And then they searched the house and seized property inside the house. Even though the order says that a person may have to surrender that property, the search warrant is different. The search warrant, they can go in, they have the right to go into the house and take said property, whether it's voluntary or not. They can knock on the door, say, we're coming in to search for this, that's it. If you resist, the police can keep carrying on. With an order, a civil order, they can't really do that. It's more hope for cooperation type of thing. But if you don't comply with the order, that is in and of itself a crime. Now, the crime is you're not surrendering the animals. So then the situation arises, well, they can get a warrant to arrest you and they can kind of go down that route. But that doesn't solve the problem of trying to avoid having a criminal case. More often, my understanding, more often than not, most people, and I don't have exact statistics, but whether it's a restraining order or whatnot, most people comply with the order, at least try to comply with it, because they know that's in and of itself another offense. So it would still help. It wouldn't solve your problem 100%, but it would. I think it's better than going that route, because at least if you can reduce the charges by 60, 70%, that's still, I would say, a win.
Okay, just making some notes here. We're getting some great information. We're going to have to wrap up on this particular bill here shortly, because I've got another one I have to hear. So, excuse me, another one we have to work on. Rep. Bixby, do you have another question?
Yeah, so I'm not, a violation is considered a civil offense, not a criminal offense. Is that correct? Or or does it depend?
Oh, well, thank you for your question. So I'm talking if hypothetically speaking, if there was an order, a chapter in the law for you to get a civil order to address this. Every time I've seen, whether it's a harassment prevention order, domestic violence restraining order, all these, so when it comes to violating a court order, let's say the court orders you to produce your driver's license and you just refuse to do it, you can be, that case, you can be criminal contempt, or it can be a civil contempt type of situation. But when it comes to violating a order of the court of this, when it's a restraining order, my understanding of that is it is generally going to be a criminal charge. The civil, it's not going to be a civil penalty. Now, the penalty can be a violation and it doesn't have to be jail time, but again, the order, without there being a penalty for violating the order has no teeth. I've never seen one. I know last term we had a proposed red flag bill. It was HB 687 that had a provision in there. And I know the issue of the warrants and everything came up in that conversation. Well, how do you get a warrant if there's no crime? That was one of the few recommendations that was put in to an amendment that addressed that. The crime is now violating the order. So that would have to be a criminal offense. And that's
So
it.
I guess what I'm wondering is there a way that if there's a criminal charge, and certainly under existing statute, if someone is neglecting their animals to the point of cruelty, then there is RSA 688 644-8 definitely has the criteria for that being a criminal charge. But if that comes to trial, is there a way that a judge would be able to create a settlement that would end up not having the person being having a criminal charge on their record, but at the same time being able to make sure that that person does not is not further able to have animals in their care?
So thank you for the question. So when it comes to I guess a plea that can be entered, my experience is that if the defendant and the state are in agreement, 99 out of 100 times it's getting approved, if not more than that, by the court. If the state wants to agree to drop the charges, or you can have some type of diversion program in place to avoid the conviction, if that's the case and the case is dropped or dismissed, that person should be eligible for an annulment. If it doesn't, I do apologize. I know we had this last term too. I forget if it actually happens by operation of law, or you have to actually apply for the annulment. If you have to apply for it, then it's just some administrative paperwork. But once that happens, even though you're found not guilty or the case is dropped, it's still that would not appear anywhere. And that's something that I know when we had the annulment bills last term in criminal justice, public safety, I think they all passed on consent. We all supported. The only one we had any issue with was Senate Bill 311. So that we don't need to get into that. That was more the application of it.
So there might be a mechanism for the animals to be taken away from someone who can't take care of them, and that person end up not with a criminal charge on their record under existing statute.
Yes, and as part of a disposition, a person can agree to voluntarily surrender the animals. And I would think that would be persuasive. I mean, some may argue duress there, saying we'll drop the charges if you give up your rights to your property here. So I can see some lawyers really frowning at that. But at the same time, if I'm representing someone and it's a tough case to beat, and I said all you got to do is give up the animals and it's gone. In lieu of jail time, I would tell them that that's your choice, but I would recommend giving up the title if that's what it takes. So the courts, though, in criminal cases don't like to get involved in civil settlements per se, because they're separate, and it gets a little dicey when it comes to like witness intimidation, or you're bribing a witness. I'll pay you this, or you give me an extra 10 grand. It's really has to be careful how that is done, because there could be multiple felonies inadvertently committed. That's why having legal counsel do it, it's usually done in a way that's part of a bigger scheme. And if it's approved by the court and the person has counsel, I don't see that being any duress or constitutional issue there. They should have been explained what they're giving up, but that can be done. But I don't think I'm not sure the judge has the authority to just simply say, all right, I'm going to drop the case, but you got to give up you're taking away your rights to the animals. I don't think the judge could just do that finding without any other disposition.
Thank you. So I'm going to wrap up here in the next, excuse me, next couple of minutes on House Bill 366. Is there any last questions or comments from anyone on the committee or any of our panelists? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to close this portion of the work session on House Bill 366. I want to thank all of you. This has been a great conversation. I probably have more pages of notes from this than almost any other bill I've worked on. I'm not sure I'll be able to go back and understand and digest them all, but I'm going to need a little time to. I really want to thank Chairman Abbas for coming in and spending so much time with our committee, because this, as you can see, is a very complicated bill for us to handle, sort of out of our area. And anytime we're blending personal property, which is live with, with the policy of animal care and with criminal justice, it can get a little dicey. Certainly appreciate your expertise and the time that you spent with us this morning. And I want to wish you luck. I know Chairman Abbas is about to have a new baby here, like any moment. So we wish you luck with that and hope all goes well. Again, thank you for coming on with us.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. By this time tomorrow, my wife and I will have our second child should be born. So we have a young girl adding to the family. Still no name picked out, by the way. So.
All right. Well, congratulations, and we certainly hope the best as you go through the birth of the child. And thank you for taking the time to come and listen. I want to thank Stacy and Eileen as well. I appreciate you coming on and spending the time with us. Looks like we'll have some further conversations about how we want to look at the language of this bill. So thank you. All right, with that, I'm going to just take about a 5-minute recess here, and we'll resume at 11:20, and we'll take up the work session on House Bill 585. Okay, welcome back. We're back from recess and we will now begin the work session on House Bill 585, an act allowing prepayment of dog licensing fees for the duration of the rabies vaccination and reducing fines related thereto. So the prime sponsor, Rep. Leon, was not able to join us today because she has committee work of her own. So we're going to try to just have a conversation about this bill and talk about some of the things that we discussed back in the during the hearing. There's some concerns that I had about how this bill would impact the Department of Ag for revenue. You know, there's some concerns that were raised by some of the town or city clerks. I think we've probably got some questions on this bill that we're not necessarily going to be able to answer today. But we can certainly talk about the concerns that we have as a committee. But Bixby, is there anything that you'd like to, I know you and I had a conversation about this. Is there anything that you'd like to start off with and bring up for concerns that you had?
Yeah, I think, well, there are two concerns I have. One is that I think that we shouldn't be doing anything with the current the current schedule of fines for not registering. I think those fines are, you know, are just, I think that issue I don't think we need to deal with at all. In terms of the in terms of the registration period, I think that that the main impact of that is going to be, you know, people can, it would be convenient for dog owners to only have to register every 3 years, but I'm not sure how that's going to impact municipal clerks. And it might vary from town to town and city to city as to whether it would, how workable that would be. My feeling is that if there are a number of municipal clerks who think that this would work for their community, then we could set it up as enabling legislation. If the general feeling among the municipal clerks is that this is just more trouble than it's worth, I don't think that it would make sense to pursue it further.
Yeah, this is a list of questions that my town clerk gave me that I don't know that we got all of them answered, and I'm not sure exactly how we do get all of them answered. You know, that becomes the challenge. And there's certainly a lengthy list that she gave me. So I'm trying to decide how we would best proceed as a committee on getting some of these questions answered. I think maybe perhaps we could reach out to the municipal association, and they might be a good resource for us, or perhaps a town clerk. There is a clerks association as well. Perhaps they would be a good resource. I think the Department of Ag probably needs to weigh in with some thoughts on how this will affect their revenue. There's a couple that I had. Anybody else on the committee that has some thoughts on this and how they think we should proceed? I think we're all kind of looking at this bill, trying to decide, you know, the concept is certainly something that I'm interested in seeing.
Yeah, I think it might be good to get input from the Clerks Association and the Municipal Association and see if they would be in favor of having this set up as a sort of enabling legislation. And if the answer from those two associations is no, then I think that we could just not go forward with it. If the answer is yes, then we can spend some time figuring out how to make it work appropriately.
Another thought I had too was perhaps keeping this in committee for a little bit longer and studying it a bit further, because there is to me, some far-reaching ramifications of this. Again, I have a list of about 8 questions that my clerk gave me, which probably is a pretty good starting point with the Clerks Association to, how this would all work. We get into the situation where perhaps in the first year it's a non-altered dog, and then in year 2 the dog is altered, and that would change the fee structure. And there's just a lot of moving parts to this when you go more than 1 year. I think it brings in some different questions.
Right. I think, what were, if you could just let us know what the questions that you, your clerk gave you, then maybe we can, that would be useful.
Sure. I could scan it, but I've written all over it.
Oh, well, no, can you, is it possible for you just to read them out right now, and we
I sure
can
could.
sort of,
I will do that. All right. So these are the list of questions that she provided. What if the person has multiple dogs with multiple rabies expiration dates? So they could have 3 dogs that all expired in different years. What about puppies with only a 1-year rabies booster? Vets don't always provide rabies paperwork in a timely fashion. How would that impact this bill? If it's done for 3 years and someone has 3 non-altered dogs, $9 each equaling $27, and the license is for 3 years times 3, they are looking at $90 roughly. Is that, would that be a burden that someone would want to pay? And I guess that would be up to the person that was deciding whether they wanted to go for 3 years. I mean, I don't view this as being mandatory. I view this as being, allowing them to do it if they choose. What if a non-altered dog is altered after they pay for a 3-year license? Will they be looking for money back? Would there be a refund policy? What if the licensed dog dies during the 3-year period? Again, will they be looking for a reimbursement? Clerks purchasing dog tags, how would they plan for that? How many would they order? That was the end of her question. The last was a statement which says it appears that it may actually be more work to change the current method of dog licensing than to leave it as is. That was the input that I received from my clerk in Loudon. So I'm thinking perhaps we should, in the next work session we have on this bill, we should ask the Clerks Association, the Municipal Association, and the Department of Ag to weigh in on the various areas that would impact them. That'd be something agreeable to you as a committee? Is there other people you'd like to hear from? Guess I
Works
must
for
be
me.
close.
You hit the nail on the head.
All right. Anybody else you'd like to hear from on this? So obviously, I think Rep. Leon at some point would like to be able to come back in and address the committee when she doesn't have a conflict. So I'll certainly work on setting up another work session. I mean, it's obvious this bill is going to need some more work, as well as the last one. The last bill may need significant work, and that may take some time. I kind of want to get a feel for what the subcommittee thought on this bill and how they were feeling. Anybody want to weigh in? Rep. Highland, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just curious if this is something that the municipalities and everyone is really on board with. Would we maybe start a new program? This is just, I'm just kind of I don't know if this is appropriate, but it
Sure.
seems to me that maybe the current setup can't handle the 3-year, and that we would have to almost implement it as if you get a new puppy, you can start this 3-year now, but if you already have a dog in the system, you can't really apply to this, right? It's kind of the way it is now. Am I understanding that correctly? Sorry if this is an inappropriate interjection. I'm just a little bit
This is a
not confused, but
work session. It's a great place to ask the question. So your thoughts?
Okay.
Is to start the program with a new dog and let it track every 3 years as it went through its rabies cycle.
I mean, again, it feels like more work, but maybe it's an option. I don't know. It could be an option. But thanks for taking my question.
Yeah. Put that down as a question. Yeah, we we can certainly develop a list of questions if we want to. I mean, I can use the ones that I have as a starting point that we could send to the clerks and the municipal association and the Department of Ag for that matter, and ask them to sort of look at these questions and then look at the bill, come up with some input for us. If that's agreeable to all of you. Certainly, if there's other questions you want, you think of after we're done with this, just shoot me an email and I'll put together a list. Not sure when we'll get back onto this because we're already on to May 20th. It may be a while before we can get it back on the schedule again to get another work session, but we certainly have plenty of time. That was part of the reason I wanted to look at these two bills now and get an opportunity to look at them and get our thoughts together. Anything further you want to discuss on this bill? All right, seeing none, we do have a presentation for the whole committee coming at 1 p.m. from many of the different faculty from UNH, and looking forward to that. So I will put us in recess until 1 p.m. and we'll return for the presentation from UNH. We'll see you all then.
You are live. Oh, dear.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. It is 1 p.m. and I will bring the House Environment and Agricultural Committee out of recess. And we have this afternoon a very special program that members of the UNH staff and various organizations related to them are going to bring us some very good, cool presentations. I'm really looking forward to it. We've got quite a list here of people that are going to speak. So it will be, I think, a very enlightening and afternoon for those of you new to the committee who aren't aware of what some of the different departments in UNH do. They'll will be bringing a lot of good information for us. Just looking to see who we've got signed on. So I was going to start with Anthony Davis, the Dean of CULSA. Oh, there he is right there. I see him now. So if we can do that, Anthony, I'd like to bring you up first and have you talk some about yourself and the programs that go on there within your department. So welcome. This is Anthony Davis, the Dean of CULSA.
That's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And it's a pleasure to address the committee this afternoon. Beautiful afternoon that it is. And I have a short slideshow that I will bring forward here, and hopefully that technology is cooperating with me as we go. So if that's the case, you now have a very UNH colored slide in front of you.
We do indeed. We can see it.
So as I mentioned, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Anthony Davis. I am the Dean of the College of Life Sciences and Agriculture. And I joined the University of New Hampshire just last fall in September of 2020. I'm a forester by training, and I actually grew up about 6 hours northeast of here in St. John, New Brunswick, Canada. Went to work for a tree nursery up in Northern Ontario after finishing my undergraduate degree. Loved the work, found that all I wanted to know was more and more about how trees grow. And that pushed me into graduate school at Purdue University in Indiana. After that, I worked at the University of Idaho, running a tree seedling program, and then in a number of administrative roles at the College of Forestry at Oregon State University. So a really extensive, broad set of experiences in the land grant mission of teaching, research, and service, which I think are absolutely vital towards sustaining our rural economies and ecosystems, and I'll dive into that a little bit more. I get asked the question, why is the College of Life Sciences the way it is? What do you do as this College of Life Sciences in Agriculture? Why aren't you a College of Agriculture? And so building that umbrella of what do we do? The College of Life Sciences in Agriculture champions innovation and inclusion to conduct engaged teaching, research, and outreach that addresses social and natural challenges to achieve sustainable lives and livelihoods. And we do that at a scale that absolutely, as the flagship university for New Hampshire, impacts us here across the state. We do this in partnership to lead in the country, and we do this for the world, both to bring experiences here and to export our knowledge elsewhere. We have tremendous thought leadership in developing new technologies in this college and in helping those technologies be applied on our agricultural lands, in our laboratories, in addressing challenges to how people eat and what they eat and beyond. I'm not going to read the list of our undergraduate degrees. Some of you are probably familiar with them, but we range from A to Z, from animal science to zoology, with many, many stops in between. And we also operate the Thompson School of Applied Sciences, where we have three associate's degrees programs, a little bit different from some of our university peers in that we have both bachelor's degrees and associate's degrees. We have our applied animal science, our forest technology, and our veterinary technology programs. And honestly, these are programs that I think are germane to so many of the small businesses and family-run operations we see in New Hampshire. But you can look at the current enrollment, which is the number in parentheses, and see that we have to find a way to make these programs accessible and affordable to people who need the content of these programs to keep them being sustained moving forward. In terms of undergraduate enrollment across the 4 departments in the Thompson School, you can see we're relatively balanced in those 4 departments, our biggest being molecular, cellular, and biomedical sciences. That's likely not a surprise when we think about the demands for increasing STEM workforce, whether it's going into the production of vaccines, which we all appreciate so much right now, or for folks who are entering into our healthcare system. Again, seeing that smaller school number here, I think that's something that just shows we're going to have to figure out where do we go with this, this opportunity in the future. I pulled out some numbers that I thought would be of particular interest to this committee, and really just to highlight the hands-on experience that our undergraduate students get. And that's that first column that you'll see, internship and research participation. Over 80% on average of our students get a hands-on experience either in a research lab or by doing an internship during their undergraduate experience here. And when we look at our post-completion data, what do people take away as students who have come through our programs? We lead in those hands-on experiences. They set people up to be more successful in their jobs when they start their jobs, and to go on to be more successful in research careers if they happen to choose a research career. And so it's not really surprising that as we move over to the other 2 columns, we see that collectively, we're seeing less than 10% of our graduating students having to look for work, whether they're choosing to go on to get more advanced education or that they've taken a job that's keeping them out of looking for other work. That to me is fundamental to why we offer the mix of degrees that we offer. Student success isn't just about students completing a set number of courses in a certain trajectory. It's about collecting the experiences along the way that allow them to be gainfully employed, that allow them to further themselves, and hopefully come back to lead in their communities, in our businesses, as they move forward with their careers. Part of what drew me to the University of New Hampshire was the research that's conducted in the College of Life Sciences and Agriculture matters. This is really, really fundamentally important to us because we are a small state, we are a small university. We have to conduct research that's both generating new knowledge and taking that new knowledge and helping it be transcended and applied. And we do this at a pretty big scale. We've seen how the research that we have generates new ideas, informs change. It helps our businesses adapt. It helps us figure out what crops to grow, where to grow them, and how. And we do it at a scale that's of about $15 million a year for our college alone, spending on research, which is significant for a university our size. And so it was actually exciting this morning to see on NHPR, the lead story was on novel tree syrups and some research being conducted right here out of the college. And I just think that's the kind of innovation that we want to see, whether it moves into a tourist supporting industry where, as mentioned in this article, restaurants are excited about these, or for us to be better able to understand how things like drought conditions could affect something as vital to New Hampshire as syrup production, timing, and quantity. We've also got a really strong workforce development component. Some of that we see in the internship programs that I just mentioned, and as well as in investing in our students and pushing them to come up with their own ideas, to work with faculty to develop those, and then to partner with groups like UNH Innovation and the Entrepreneurship Center to be able to take these ideas forward, whether you're a faculty member or an undergraduate student or anyone in between. And we're poised for growth. You're likely aware of the Spalding Biological Sciences Initiative. This is a big step forward for our university, for our college. It puts about 118,000 square feet in state-of-the-art research and teaching space on the dock for 2 years from now. This is huge for us. And this gives us capacity to have about 250 more students each year in life sciences and agriculture programs. And we need those graduates. We need our STEM capacity to expand. And I know with some of my colleagues on the call, it's great to see them here. And we are finding ways to navigate financial challenges and partner with our peers like a Cooperative Extension and the School of Marine Science and Ocean Engineering to make strategic hires so that we're taking everything we have right now and leveraging to be able to get the best possible return on investment that we have, that we can moving forward. So just to wrap up briefly, you'll be hearing from our college a lot more. We just launched our first print magazine, which actually I'll be sending a copy to each of the members of the committee soon after we finish our call today. We'll be pushing out more virtual opportunities, whether it's through webinars and trainings or simply through updates on Twitter or other platforms. And we're really excited to get around to visit people on the farm, in the forest, to be able to come and meet with people in their offices and really set up that strategic direction that we need to see to be able to make sure that our college is addressing the challenges that need to be addressed here in New Hampshire now and into the future. So thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I will stop here, and I am happy to take questions or pass it along to one of my colleagues.
Thank you very much for the presentation. You certainly piqued my interest a bit. There's several of us on the committee who are maple syrup producers. So when you get into that arena, you certainly caught my attention. I actually had a question myself for you. So the Vet Tech program, did I understand you to say there's 43 students in the Vet Tech program?
That's correct. There are currently 43 students in that program.
Wow. Do they primarily large animal, small animal, or a mix of both?
Actually, I will, that's a great question. I don't think we have specialization tracks in the Vet Tech program. So this is a more general, and I can turn to my colleague, Dave Mortensen, to correct me if I misspoke there.
Yeah, it does represent across a broad range of large and small animals. I would say there's probably, I don't know what, 70% of the time is on smaller animals, but it does span the full range.
Excellent.
It's also one of the other exciting dimensions of that program is a very creative way that the faculty have been working to launch a 2+2 program. So we take the 2-year program, which is an awesome program unto itself, but the students now have an option where if they chose to continue on after the 2-year degree, they've got their courses set up in a way that they just continue right along toward the 4-year degree. And we have about a quarter of the students in the program choosing that option, and we're very excited about that.
Well, that's great, because that's certainly very important to the animal industry in New Hampshire to have some vet techs in the queue.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll open it up to the rest of the committee. Any other questions? Representative Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's very, very interesting. And I'm glad to see so much interest. I'm interested to know, though, with the student population that you're serving, do you track how many of those students are coming from farm families or rural areas versus, more urban environments?
That's a great question. And I haven't looked at that level of granularity at the data, but Representative Aaron, I'd be happy to follow up with you on that. And I will ask our data people what we have access to. It is our intention moving forward with our recruitment programs and materials to be much more specific in where we maintain a stronger university, college, department or program presence to be able to better connect with prospective high school students or post high school aged potential students, and have them really be aware of the rich career opportunities that come from the University of New Hampshire. So that data, I suspect, does exist, and I haven't yet looked into it.
Oh, I'd really be interested as a follow-up, so.
You
if
muted
could-
your.
Oh, sorry,
It's
no.
okay. Oh, you're on the
I'm
other,
on-
I'm
I'm
sorry.
on speaker. No, so I'm really interested to hear that kind of data. Just a matter of course as to where students are coming from. Are they basically following in their family footsteps? Are they just something that's interesting for them, as a topic from wanting to improve the environment or contribute to farming advances and that kind of thing. So thank you. I hope you will follow up with it.
I certainly will. Thank you for the question.
Okay, Rep. Pamola.
Sorry, I'm fighting with my my mute button. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation, and also thank you for the additional information. I just want to piggyback onto Rep. Aaron's question. And my question is that I just wonder if you can find this out, or if you just happen to have the information, what percentage of your students might be from in-state versus out of state? And the second part to that is if you do have sort of a lower out-of-state rate that you would like, I just wondered your perspective on if you feel like the tuition comparison from other states is sort of an obstacle to overcome to attract people from out of state. Thank you.
Representative Pamola, that's a wonderful question. And I think you said I had 4 hours to speak about this. Is that? So,
and we'll use every one of them.
That's great. I spend a lot of time. That's actually the level of granularity of data that I've been spending a lot of time looking at. Our challenge is not in recruiting out-of-state students to the University of New Hampshire. Our challenge is in recruiting in-state students into our college, into our programs in the University of New Hampshire. And that's partly where that idea of messaging comes out, and being able to build a better understanding of how strong our programs are. Roughly, and I don't have the numbers right here, it's roughly 2/3 of our students, I'm trying to see if it's right over there, roughly 2/3 of our students, maybe 3/5 of our students are out of state. So less than half are in-state students. And that's important for us to address because we see this in the entire recruitment pipeline. We don't get as many in-state students applying as I believe programs of our quality should see applying. It's vital that we help our prospective students see that the quality of lecturers, instructors, professors, teaching assistants, research opportunities, support services that you have at the University of New Hampshire actually exceed most of our peer institutions. We have excellent learning and teaching opportunities for students here. We have to find a way to communicate that with our communities and across the state in order to really boost that in-state, those in-state recruitment opportunities. It will be good for New Hampshire and it will be good for society when we get to that point.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Rep. Murray has a question.
I do. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. And thank you.
Megan, can you step into the microphone a little bit more? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Sure. Is
Thank
that
you.
better? Yep. Sorry about
much
that.
better.
Thank you for taking my question. I was just going to ask what you saw as potentially the relationship of that less than half of the students who are in state. What is detracting them from remaining in state, or are they going elsewhere? Can you elaborate on that, or have you fleshed that out to any degree?
Thank you, Representative Murray, for the question. I'd say we're early in the fleshing out. We need to do some more, we need to do genuine market research, but from my own, from the initial spaces, and this is something the university is really seeking to address collectively, not only in our college or our programs, but we likely need to be more engaged in social media strategies and communicating compelling stories of both what the university experience means and why the UNH university experience can be a superior one, not to a specific peer, but for kind of the generational change. The last person that should design a recruitment program for potential undergrads is probably someone my age. It needs to be contemporary for the likely students that we have coming in. And so I think as we are evolving and we're looking into how do you do that? We need to get there. We've had some good response to a couple of trial balloons that we've put out, but it is an important strategy. And the fundamental piece that I hope is clear in this strategy is our degrees are good ones. So what we're actually putting out there for people is a great return on investment for them. So it is an investment in our next generation. And that's the important part of recruitment when you have strong programs and relatively lower enrollments. We're not chasing students to increase tuition dollars. We're chasing students to impact our businesses, our ecosystems, our farms, our forests, our oceans in positive ways, because they'll be better served to do it if they have a degree from us, I think, than if they have it from our peers. So maybe in a year, I can give you a more comprehensive answer about some things that worked or didn't.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Davis. I do enjoy that little bit of Canadian accent that keeps sneaking in there on you. All right, we'll take one more question from Representative Bixby, and then in the interest
Thank
of
you for
time,
taking
we'll
my
move
question.
on. Go ahead.
I was wondering whether there are sort of cooperative connections between UNH, between coastal researchers and New Hampshire farmers or New Hampshire businesses, where there's a sort of a cooperative program in terms of involving non-university people with the university research.
Thank you very much, Representative Bixby, for the question. That's actually a great transitional question too, depending on which way we go next. But my colleague Anton Beckerman is Associate Dean in our college, as well as the Director of the New Hampshire Agricultural Experiment Station. And in that particular direction, the majority of our researchers at the Experiment Station are faculty in this college, and there is often a very tight connection between our producers network and our research network. One of the areas that we've been seeking to expand, and my colleagues in Cooperative Extension led by Ken LaValle, is in shared positions between our two units that have an extension component as well as a teaching and small research component in our college. I think ideally one of the end outcomes is we're better engaged across the state through our extension network and connecting that back both to our teaching and our research, because we're sharing information more effectively. And we all know that the hiring has been difficult for a decade or more even at this university. We have had more vacancies emerge than we've had positions come in to replace them. So as we look to get creative to fill those gaps aren't just designed to get us to some baseline staffing level. They're designed to maximize the impact that our work has across the communities. And so as our college embarks on a strategic planning process, I think what we'll see is a network where we're engaged with small businesses, we're engaged with communities. We have our students as intermediaries going back and forth, taking information, bringing back questions. We have advisors sitting on our advisory boards who are bringing forward questions that are germane to maple syrup production or dairy production or oyster production or soil conservation or prolonged droughts. All of those questions, I think we have some individual networks. Our college will take those and find a way to create them into a pipeline where we have a really strong two-way flow, I think, over the next few years. So I'd put it in the emerging strengths bucket if I had to assign it somewhere, and also in the tremendous opportunity for impact bucket.
Thank you. Well, Dean Davis, thank you for your presentation. I think with that, we will go next to Director Anton Beckerman. He is the Director of the New Hampshire Agricultural Experiment Station. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I will also share a presentation that I had put together, and hopefully you can see that?
We can, go ahead.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you again for inviting me. I am Anton Beckerman, director of your New Hampshire Agricultural Experiment Station. And similar to Dr. Davis, I am also relatively new to UNH and to New Hampshire. I spent the last 11 years at Montana State University, both as an agricultural economics faculty member, and I also served as the associate director of the Montana Ag Experiment Station. But I am very excited to join the vibrant leadership team here at UNH and to help facilitate some of the most important science and engagement endeavors, at least in my opinion, that we do here for many of our communities. A little bit about how I view the role of the Ag Experiment Station. And while maybe most of you likely know the station for having a number of excellent research farms and dairy facilities and the greenhouses that we have here in Durham, more importantly, the station represents one of the state's longest running public research and development hubs for agricultural, food, and natural resource issues. Our goal is to strategically steward and maximize the return on the federal and state public funds to help answer questions that, well, don't have answers quite yet. Our scientists identify and work on solutions to challenges that are maybe already hampering the economic and societal well-being of Granite Staters, but also work on questions like, how will New Hampshire, our region, our nation, our world respond to the food and natural resource and environmental challenges that are 5 and 10 and 25 and 50 years away? And when those issues do become salient in 5 or 10 or 25 or 50 years, it's the research from this experiment station that will help provide those science-based guidances to overcome those challenges. And that's really the essence of what we do. We're here to provide that science-based guidance. The way that we're structured really reflects the commitment to the land-grant mission that we have. It's the people, it's the programs, it's the places. The station brings together those world-class scientists from across numerous disciplines to address those locally inspired critical questions. And to that stakeholder question, that's exactly, we include those stakeholders as those members of the people that are part of our station. They're not just the folks who, we provide that science to, but the stakeholders help us understand what are those problems that we're facing now and that we may face in 5 to 10 and 25 years. Ag, food, the natural resources, environmental quality, in different ways, they're important to basically every single community in New Hampshire, and we consider every person in the state our stakeholder. And our scientists take on research that can benefit a large number of people and try to answer questions that maybe too big or too risky for, say, a small private farm or a family business to take on. But in answering those questions, the outcomes can have these huge long-term benefits that touch the many diverse communities in our state and region. Just to give you an idea of kind of what we look like by the numbers, as you can see, we have over 50 research programs that our scientists currently have ongoing, and they really live up to the idea that the Ag Experiment Station funding provides the opportunity to test that initial, that kernel of an idea. Maybe it's a risky but really huge idea that can solve many of the challenges that our state and region face today, and something that may need to start in maybe a lab and have some basic knowledge be developed, and then bring that into a more applied setting that can then be used to apply for those external resources and build on those ideas and expand and attract and train the best PhD students and attract the best faculty to really enforce that positive loop. And relative to the stock market, you can see the ag R&D that we have and the return on that investment relative to both the stock market and many other states, we provide one heck of a big bang for the buck. And that $15 million that Dr. Davis shared as our annual expenditure, well, our researchers have brought in the past several years close to $24 million that over the next 3 to 5 years will contribute to that $15 million annual expenditures. That's over nearly a 400% return on the investment that the federal government and the state government here in New Hampshire makes in our research. I wish that I could show you everything that we do. It's really hard to describe all the impacts that we make, but here's just a few highlights. As you can see, there's been a focus on, and there still is a focus on, plant genetics, which is much more of a long-term concept and product. There's production and management, which is medium and short-term. Production and management resiliency to different risks like weather uncertainties and market uncertainties. We are leading in the fields of cucurbit development, those squashes and melons for New England, and organic dairy research. And we look to the economic opportunities that are growing in the state, like the aquaculture industry, and support those industries with research. I looked at the recent statistics, and New Hampshire is the fastest growing state in the nation in terms of aquacultural production. Where are we going looking forward? Well, here's a really brief summary of our ongoing scientific work. We see a real opportunity to become a regional leader in local food system security. Looking at things like increased production capacity during cooler months, resiliency of our local supply chains, which have been especially tested during the pandemic, producing food that can actually be more nutritious, not just make more of it, but make better food and more nutritious, increasing small farms opportunities to diversify and reduce their input use and costs and build strength against market uncertainties. We have a great set of researchers working on soil microbiology and alternative pest, weed, and insect management approaches, and also looking at numerous aspects of forest management and the existence of value-added products like that maple syrup, and maybe putting some of that maple syrup into beer and making really differentiated products that can bring New Hampshire into the marketplace and make people think, hey, this is kind of unique and cool. And that's really just a snapshot of the really neat things that our scientists are working on, and the station helps facilitate in terms of the research endeavors. So let me end with that, and I'll end by reiterating that I really appreciate the committee's ongoing support of the experiment station, really excited about where we're heading and the vibrancy that our scientists are bringing to the experiment station work, and really making an impact by increasing the direct communication and engagement between our scientists and our stakeholders across the state. So thank you very much. I'll stop sharing, and I'll be glad to take some questions if you, Mr. Chairman, and the committee have any.
Thank you, Director Beckerman. I know you certainly hit two of my favorite topics with maple syrup and beer. And I happen to produce farm for my day life, and I've grown some of Dr. Loy's cucurbit varieties over in the past that he has grown, especially in the winter squash varieties. And one question I had, you mentioned that you were worked in Montana previously. So what do you see for similarities or differences between New Hampshire and Montana in the research that you do?
Well, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, driving a little bit around the state in the past 9 months, I did not see a lot of 10,000 acre wheat farms. So that was a bit different. It's, one of the things that is both similar is that even though Montana is a much larger state, the population numbers are very similar. So that is certainly a challenge to some extent, but also an opportunity to think about the local food systems that can emerge across the different communities for which maybe traditional supply chains don't work. And I'm thinking primarily about maybe the central and northern parts of the state. You know, the other opportunity that I see a lot of is the ability to diversify and the ability to look to alternative and resilient management practices that come around through various research endeavors to protect producers and consumers from those market uncertainties. As an agricultural economist, I think a lot about risk and uncertainty and the challenges that come about from that because of just not knowing what the next year can bring. And in food markets, that is a particularly important risk factor. I think that the value added component is another aspect that was emerging in Montana because the commodity markets are, you know, wheat markets became pretty weak in my time there. And a lot of producers were thinking about, well, how do I overcome these challenges? And I think the ability to diversify is already highly ingrained in the small farm ethos here in New Hampshire and in New England. But I think what we can bring to the table is really structured, science-based knowledge of how to diversify. What are the best approaches to managing both your production and your economic aspects of your business? How do we look at a statewide capability of bringing together these separate, perhaps, communities of local food producers in a way that can elevate all producers and consumers in the state? So I think thinking about the state as a more cohesive unit rather than communities that are disparate and separated, I think that is a really important similarity that I think both states have a lot of opportunities to take on.
Thank you. Certainly, diversification in New Hampshire has been the key to agriculture forever since we've been here. But okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the answer. Rep. Aaron.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And thank you so much for this wonderful presentation. I know I certainly appreciate all of the updates that I received from your office about different findings and new things that you've discovered or awards that you're winning and that kind of thing. But I've always been curious as to when you make certain discoveries or you have certain results from the experiments that you run or the things that your students or researchers are doing. How does that translate and how is that disseminated to our farmers and to, say, backyard, growers? Or do you offer certain classes? Is there sort of how-to guides that you share with everybody? How does your discoveries get shared and implemented?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Aaron, thank you for the question. That's a great question. So there are two aspects to our engagement and outreach efforts. One, of course, is the more, the tripart approach of a land-grant university, which is sort of the teaching aspect, the research, and the extension. And working with our extension partners, that is something that has traditionally been done. And working with extension professionals and collaborations between the scientists and extension professionals is a really important avenue. And I think Dr. LaValle will speak to their efforts in disseminating some of the science that our researchers produce. So that's certainly one approach, is using those connections between our researchers and our extension colleagues. Another approach that I think is something that I envision really growing is the direct communication between the scientists and our stakeholders. We have started a field day series that we've been having for the past 2 months, and we would like to continue that on a monthly basis. We've had a field day that was an AES, an experiment station field day on maple syrup production. We've had a field day on seedless grape variety production. We're having a field day on June 15th on dairy production and specifically colostrum and the benefits of that. And as soon as we are able to, we will begin several endeavors to take our scientists on the road on a much more frequent basis. We would really like to increase the access between the communities around the state and our scientists directly. And part of that is going to be taking people, putting them in a car and having us go out there into the communities and speaking to them. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that every time those communities are going to come to Durham. So that is really a big goal for me to really bring that component to the experiment station. And of course, we've been working on updating our website. We put all of our information on our website. We have the monthly newsletters. Our communications manager has really elevated the amount of information that goes out there, and we really punch above our size in terms of nationally in getting noticed by the USDA, by the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. He often gets briefs with New Hampshire Ag Experiment Station stories included in those briefs. So we have room for growth in connecting more directly, but I think we have a really solid foundation in doing that.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
Thank you for taking my question. So one issue that has come through our committee in the last 2 or 3 terms is development of hemp as a crop in New Hampshire. And I was wondering if the experiment station has anyone who's working on that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bixby, thank you for the question. Coming from Montana, hemp is a well-known topic to me as they were one of the first states to adopt state-level rules on hemp production. There was a lot of interest there. To my knowledge, there is no research happening on hemp right now. That is something I'm not sure of any researchers who may be potentially interested in hemp production. So that's the short answer. I think the longer answer is we are here to respond to locally inspired issues. That's what we do. And if there is an interest and a need for us to look into hemp research and to help science guide production and management techniques, I would be very glad to facilitate that discussion and have that conversation. So that's not an answer, or maybe a longer answer or a convoluted answer, but yeah, that's where we are on hemp.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Rep. Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the lovely presentation. I noticed that there seems to be a growth in the coastal and aquaculture area, and that has a lot of potential for need and food products and so forth. I was wondering how much of that particular area is attracting students from out of state, from other areas that have an interest in that.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stapleton, thank you. I can't really speak to the student aspect. Maybe I can defer that to one of my colleagues, either Dr. Davis or Dr. Mortensen. I do know that the aquaculture industry is growing. It's an important industry here in New Hampshire, both on the coast and in the inland parts of the state. We do have research on oysters, on finfish, on sort of identifying pests in aquacultural production, identifying barriers and challenges to, and economic barriers to aquacultural production. And I think that is an area of growth, especially within the context of doing so in growing that industry in a resilient way that will maintain the tourism opportunities and the environmental benefits that our state gets from the various water features that we have here. So that perhaps that will play an emerging role, if it isn't already, again, in attracting more students who are interested in those areas. But I can't speak directly to the question about student numbers.
Thank you very much.
I could just chime in there. This is Dave Mortensen. The student interest is high. And they're one of the spirit that is being conveyed here with the new leadership in the college is grassroots bubbling up of ideas for new program areas. There's a group of faculty that I, along with the department chair of the biology department, have been having regular meetings and discussions about the potential to launch an aquaculture and sustainable fisheries undergraduate program. And we've been doing cursory assessments of student interest. And we have a very active aquaculture club on campus that the kids are largely running with two of our teacher/extension specialists who work heavily, very much focused on aquaculture. So I would imagine we will see an increasing activity in this area on the campus over the next couple of years.
Thank you for that additional information.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director Beckerman. We appreciate your presentation, and I think that's a great lead-in to bring up Professor David Mortensen. He is the Professor of Agroecology and Food Systems. Go ahead, Professor Mortensen. Professor Mortensen, are you muted?
Sorry about that.
That's okay. I think we got you now. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Yeah, so one of the things that is striking about being here is it's an exciting time because of a number of things. And one of those things that's exciting is that we have a leadership team that's new and a leadership team that's excited about growing things and listening to stakeholders as we explore ways of growing programs for our students and programs for our students that then go on to fill positions in the state and in the region. And I'm very excited to be a part of that newer member of team members. I arrived a little over 2 years ago. I had been at Penn State and before that at the University of Nebraska. The department that I chair is the Department of Agriculture, Nutrition and Food Systems, and it was through a restructuring that occurred and that was completed in 2017. This department arose out of that restructuring. Prior to that, faculty that were working in animal science would have been in biology department, and faculty working in plant pathology of diseases of crops would have been working in the molecular and cellular biology department. We now have our faculty aggregated with focused interest on agriculture, nutrition, and food systems, and we're very excited about that. Along with the aggregation of faculty with shared interest in their teaching and research, we are excited to have a greater number of our folks in a smaller number of buildings so that we're working in very close proximity to each other. Had it not been for COVID, the building that I'm sitting in, Kendall Hall, would have been fully occupied by a move of extension agriculturalists to the third floor of this building, and the fourth floor, both floors fully renovated in the last year, would be folks working on, animal and plant agricultural issues. And the only reason we're not fully occupied in the building are the COVID regulations. And we're very excited as those begin to relax and we're seeing people coming into the building. The other thing that was already said by Dean Davis, and I will just like to just emphasize again, is this beautiful thing that's happening here where we are actively matching up positions, sharing the cost of those positions across the College of Life Sciences and Agriculture and our extension program. And this is a really good thing for the question that Representative Aaron had about getting the results of the science out to the stakeholders, out to the farmers, out to the food processors. This will help us do that much better, and it helps us address establishing and sustaining critical need of folks working in important areas for our state and region. And over the last years since I arrived, we've been spending a lot of time thinking about how do you create a sustainable vet tech program? How do you leverage off of that cool vet tech program to form a 2+2 degree program where our students have greater flexibility to pursue exciting and interesting degree options? So our department has 6 undergraduate programs: an applied animal science program, the Thompson School program, a 4-year animal science program, which is our most rapidly growing program in the department. And I will say, just sometimes there is the thought that the students aren't coming from farms or going back to farms. Our animal science program now has 135 majors. It's been increasing about 15% a year over the last 3 years. And I would say half of those students are coming from farms, and a good number of them are going back to farms, mostly in this state or in adjacent states. We have a sustainable ag and food systems program, human nutrition and wellness, and the equine program. Again, back to the question of how it is that we get information out to the state. We've had a strange year, as I know your committee has had a strange year. Our seminar, which was always done in person, was done through Zoom. And we had more and more extension specialists from across the state joining the seminar series each week that we progressed into the spring semester, which was a blast because they were joining and enriching the conversations. And just last Friday, Elena Encian, one of our master's degree candidates in the department, an graduate from our animal science program, and now an extension specialist in dairy, livestock, and forage crops. Here's a case where Elena is actually conducting research while also working full-time with our extension service. So a beautiful example of addressing a research problem, in this case, expansion of beef production in the state and surrounding states, and getting the word out directly, through her programming that she's doing at the state level. Our animal science program, this was taken the year before COVID, so the kids are unmasked, but this was something that happened in our animal arena. the animal science program is extremely active. And as I was mentioning earlier, a lot of the students their interest is to work with animals for their career and want to do it, I would say most of them in the state and region. Our students come from all backgrounds, rural and urban. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I would estimate that a greater proportion are rural than urban. And they're a mixed bunch. And I just thought I'd give you a glimpse into the background of a couple of them. Today, we have 4 commencement functions for our 6 undergraduate programs, and tomorrow evening is in-person commencement for our kids. This is Kyle Bloom with his wife, Sophie. Kyle came to us after getting out of the service, having completed 2 tours of duty in Iraq. He is among a growing number of veterans returning to school. And Kyle has a farm. He and his wife, Sophie, have a farm in the southeast part of the state. He's just been a gem to have in our program. And I think all of our students have benefit from one another. Much of our curriculum is engaged scholarship, meaning there's a serious hands-on component of this, and seeing the students working together across the varied backgrounds that they come to our programs with, it's just a real joy for me and the other faculty in the program. Here's a group of students that were working on hydroponics work that is underway in the department, and the student with the blue stretchy knit cap, I asked Catherine, who I just saw at the commencement event before getting on the Zoom call here, if she would share a little bit about her plans. Catherine graduates tomorrow, and Catherine is going to be joining one of our new split appointment extension research faculty, Anna Wallingford, to work on pest management of vegetable crops. And it's Catherine's interest that through these engaged scholarship activities that she's had while she's been with us, that she would go on to do outreach education in the area of vegetables and pest management. So the 415 or so majors in our department. This past year, our department, I'm proud to report, taught 179 courses to 3,400 of our UNH undergraduate students. But the department is live and well, and we're excited as we are also growing to the future to fill out the role of our department. And I'll end there and be happy to answer any questions you might have. I do also want to say that it's a real pleasure to be invited to speak with your committee. I haven't had this opportunity since I've been to New Hampshire, and I do appreciate the invitation.
Well, thank you, Professor. We appreciate you coming here today and talking with us. So one of the bills that we passed out of our committee was a bill studying the need for butchering services and whatnot for the meat industry. And that may be something that Elena may be interested in looking at and testifying to that work committee when it's developed, to talk about the things she's found and what's holding back expanding the beef production. So that might be something of interest you could mention to her.
I'm sure she would be, because she's conducted a survey both of processors and of producers, and has current, in fact, that was like half of her seminar. So she has really good data on, and there is no question, as you're pointing out, the bottleneck to beef production in the state is the processing capacity.
Certainly. Well, any information she would like to send to the committee, we'd always be interested in looking at. And
sure. So
with that, I'll go to Representative Bixby.
And I think Representative Pearl was kind of reading my mind on that one.
Sorry.
But I have a slightly different angle on the question, which is that I was wondering if there would be any room in the applied animal science program for developing a program to educate people who are interested in becoming butchers and slaughterers so that we can essentially have a homegrown supply of people who are going into that business.
I think that's a great idea. We are just, and I say it's Ken LaValle's group that's been spearheading the search, but we've been participating, the college has, on a food safety position. And that food safety position, which will be extension and some applied research and teaching, has to do with both the safe handling and processing of vegetables as well as meat products. So we're moving in a direction to have greater capacity to do that. And I think that suggestion is a great one. And we definitely need to figure out a way to grow that capacity here in the state and in the surrounding states as well. In fact, this was considered the bottleneck to meat production in Pennsylvania as well.
Yeah, from my understanding, it's a problem all across the country.
Yeah, particularly the smaller to small mid-sized operators are, but it is across the country. Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Murray. Oh, did you have a follow-up,
Yeah, I
Representative?
just had to follow up on that. I noticed that the USDA had a comment period for food chain, so food supply chain issues and grant opportunities, or where they might spend some of their create some grant opportunities. And there might be some federal money, or there might be a way of pushing to get some federal money to help develop that program further.
Yeah, and again, Elena is working in that space, and but to come put together the training program, that's a great suggestion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Representative Murray.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. Professor Mortensen, I had a quick question. I have 3 really young kiddos, and 2 of whom have shown a particular interest in really understanding where their food comes from and knowing that. So can you speak at all to the farm to school program in New Hampshire, or is that in your wheelhouse, or is that under somebody else's direction?
Yeah, so I see that Stacy Perslow is on, and this is she and Aaron Hale. This would be in their wheelhouse. Not that it's not an interest of the faculty in the department, but I know they're working on it actively and more informed about that than I.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
I don't know if you guys wanted to say something, but
Well, perhaps that can be part of Stacy's presentation when she gets there. So thank you, Professor Mortensen. We appreciate your presentation and taking our questions. Next, we'll bring up Robert Gibson, who is in charge of the veterinary lab.
Hello, thank you. Let me share my screen here with you. Do you see my screen?
We can go ahead.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Chairman Pearl and committee members for inviting us today, and thank you for your service to the state and on this committee. I'm Robert Gibson. I'm the Managing Director of the New Hampshire Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, and I am pleased to share with you some background about the lab and the essential services that we provide for New Hampshire. The lab was created by an act of the legislature in a statute in 1969. It was dedicated to our late state veterinarian, Dr. Smith, and we've been providing essential diagnostic services to New Hampshire and the region for over 50 years. Our mission statement essentially comes from the statute, which defines our role as providing diagnostics in the detection of diseases that impact animal and public health. There are a variety of stakeholders who rely on our services, and I'll provide some examples in a moment. The organizational structure of our lab is fairly typical for most veterinary diagnostic labs. Most states have veterinary diagnostic labs. They're typically located at land-grant universities or universities that have veterinary schools. And they generally have a shared oversight and funding structure from multiple sources. So we have the University of New Hampshire, where we are located here in Durham. And for the university, we provide teaching and training to students in various majors, including the pre-vet program. So we have 3 boarded veterinary pathologists who teach courses and do advising for the college. Additionally, we employ students as employees who get hands-on experience in the lab. And then we have the New Hampshire Department of Agriculture, and they provide some of our funding as well. And we report to them through the commissioner and the state veterinarian. And we'll talk more about their role, the stakeholder services that we provide to them. And then the third component is our fee-for-service revenues. And so the prices that we charge for certain testing to our veterinary clients and other stakeholders. And so it's the fee-for-service revenue is about 50% of our budget, and then the other funding that we get from the University of New Hampshire and Department of Agriculture makes up the remainder. We are the largest veterinary diagnostic lab in northern New England, and by volume, we are probably the largest one in New England. I said most states have veterinary diagnostic labs. In New England, they're not as large. Again, ours is probably the largest. Massachusetts doesn't have one, so we actually do a lot of testing for Massachusetts. And the diagnostic labs in Maine and Vermont don't have veterinary pathologists. And so our pathologists do provide a lot of services to the region. And that's important because New England has lots of small states close together. We share borders, and what's happening in one state is of relevance to our neighboring states. And so animal and public health is important for all of us. The testing that we do in these other states also provides additional revenue to our lab to help support the testing that we do for our own state. The structure where we have the fee-for-service, the university, and the Department of Agriculture, it's a win-win for everybody, because each of the entities on their own would have trouble affording a lab of this nature. And so when everybody joins in, again, it's a win-win for everybody involved. For stakeholders, so I mentioned the Department of Agriculture. We provide regulatory disease testing for the state veterinarian and the Commissioner of Agriculture, diseases such as avian influenza, brucellosis. New Hampshire was actually the first state to be declared brucellosis free back in 1963, but declared free of brucellosis by the USDA. We also are looking out for foreign animal diseases, agroterrorism, all of the things that would threaten New Hampshire agriculture and the economy. Again, for the University of New Hampshire, as one of our key stakeholders, I did mention that on the academic side, teaching and advising for students, student employees, getting hands-on experience. We provide support for the agricultural experiment station farms, doing diagnostics for the dairies and such. We also provide support to the Animal Resource Office on campus. So any research animals or studies that are being done, we will provide pathology and disease testing in those instances. And we work closely with Cooperative Extension and the livestock agent specialists that are in the field to educate producers so that they know what services are available from the lab for them. Veterinary hospital clients, veterinarians. So we have hundreds of veterinary clients around New Hampshire, around New England. The New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association is a big supporter of the lab. They have a standing committee that reviews what the lab is doing. So our veterinary clients, and again, that fee-for-service component is probably the largest part of our lab's revenue. We do work for the New Hampshire Fish and Game Department, wildlife disease diagnostics. That's a large and growing area for our lab, and wildlife diseases are critical to animal and human health. We are living all on the edge of the wildlife and domestic interface as we come in contact with these animals. And in addition to New Hampshire Fish and Game, we actually do most of the diagnostic work for fish and game departments in Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts as well. And we've done some big studies on Canada lynx and moose and such. Loons, if a loon dies on a New Hampshire lake, it typically comes to us for autopsy. So wildlife is a very large and growing segment of what we do. Preservation agencies, science centers, any diagnostic needs they have for the animals that they care for. We work closely with the New Hampshire Public Health Laboratory. So we, with rabies testing, West Nile virus, EEE, food safety, disease outbreak investigations, we're part of the Laboratory Response Network for Bioterrorism. Want to keep in mind that the top bioterrorism agents, according to the CDC, such as brucellosis, tularemia, plague, anthrax, these are all classic animal diseases. So animal health and human health are definitely linked. Zoonotic diseases, the majority of infectious diseases of people are zoonotic. They come from animals. 75% of all the newly emerging disease threats that we read about and see in the news, these are all animal diseases. We're part of the New Hampshire Arboviral Task Force. Again, we're on the lookout for emerging diseases, and we are routinely discovering and finding emerging diseases, whether it be diphtheria in a horse or carbapenem-resistant E. coli in a dog. We are seeing all of these emerging diseases right here, and we're making the diagnoses for these. I mentioned the New Hampshire Veterinary Medical Association. They're a strong supporter of us and all of their veterinarians, their membership. We do provide services too. We also serve the USDA federal veterinarians in our region with various diagnostics needed for different disease investigations that they're doing in the field. I mentioned surrounding New England states. For example, Massachusetts doesn't have a diagnostic lab, so we do all the poultry testing for the state of Massachusetts, and that brings in revenue to our state. So we do a variety of state contracts with our New England neighbors. Livestock producers. We all know how hard it is for producers to get access to large animal veterinarians. And so we have opened up some of our testing directly to farmers and producers to help fill that gap. Whereas most of our samples, especially regulatory testing and things like that, have to have a veterinarian submit the sample. There are certain tests that we can open up for large animal producers and backyard poultry owners, for example. Commercial backyard poultry, another big segment of the work that we do. We provide services to zoos, aquariums. We work with the Farm Bureau for their membership and making sure that they're aware of what services the lab can provide to help them maintain healthy flocks and livestock. We work with law enforcement agencies. So when you hear about abuse, neglect, hoarding instances, very often those animals do come to our lab for autopsy. And so both from New Hampshire and out of state, we do receive autopsy from law enforcement. Marine mammal stranding. We do work with marine stranding agencies, and so we do the autopsies on marine mammals that come up on New Hampshire beaches, as well as in Maine and sometimes in Massachusetts too. Previously, it was mentioned about aquaculture. We do have a growing segment of aquaculture clients. So some of our pathologists have specialty training and experience in aquaculture and the various bacterial and viral diseases that they are plagued with. And so we practically on a daily basis receive specimens from various aquaculture companies. So it's a very, this is a basic list of stakeholders. It's a very large group. We very much function under a One Health umbrella, which includes animal health, human health, environmental health, because they are all integral and they all are important to each other. This is just a quick look at our new facility. We built the lab in 2015. I mentioned we've been on campus for 50 years. This facility that we're in now was built in 2015. We're very happy, very excited to be here. I have taken previous ENA committees on tours of the lab. So as things settle out from COVID, I would love to welcome you to the lab for a tour at any time that's convenient for you. I mentioned we have a lot of student opportunities too. Some of the pictures there contain some of our students. So that's the end of my presentation. I would just say, reach out to me anytime. This is your lab, and we are here to serve you and animal health, public health, and agriculture in New Hampshire. So thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Director Gibson. That certainly all those services you perform are essential to agriculture in New Hampshire, and we appreciate all that you do. I suspect as we get into the second year of our session, we may be able to start to schedule some of these field trips, and we'll definitely take you up on that, because I know personally I'd love to go take a tour. Okay, so looks like Representative Bixby has a question, so go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Rob. Last time we were talking, which I think was pre-COVID, you mentioned that there was the number of fee-for-service opportunities that were conceivably out there would be challenging to meet with basically the current capital and personnel set available, and the possibility of possibly having the possibility of more funding in the short term might make it possible to have more fee-for-service opportunities. Is that still something that you're thinking about?
Yes, that's a great question. So the lab has consistently grown over the years by fairly significant levels, which is exciting. It's great. There's more and more people using the lab. The challenge is the funding from the state maintains fairly level, and so the subsidy that would help support a growing lab hasn't really kept up with the demand. And so what we have done to mitigate that is invest in automation and equipment to make our testing, everything more efficient. But our staffing levels have really stayed the same. And so we're kind of reaching a bit of a saturation point where the level of growth gets harder to do without more staffing. However, with COVID and some other funding opportunities that are coming from the Farm Bill, a renewed push to get the lab some levels of accreditation and membership into animal health lab networks, we are exploring ways to perhaps get better federal funding that might allow us to build the capacity that we're trying to do. We're also exploring more opportunities with some grants and have had some success there. So we are working towards building our capacity. It's an ongoing discussion with the state, with the commissioner, and probably will come across your desk at some point or other, that, looking for long-term stable funding for the diagnostic lab is an important priority. So we are doing very well and looking for ways to keep that viability going.
Thank you. Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. So a couple questions, Dr. Gibson. I run a equine boarding facility close to the Capitol here, and in my travels, learning more and more, what about agricultural check stations to help with the biosecurity that we have in the state? Through the pandemic, we've also seen a lot of people getting interactive with outdoor activities, purchasing of animals, trucking over the road. We're seeing more and more animals come in from the Midwest where we have different types of things like strangles and equine influenza, the herpes outbreak, for example, that we had down in Florida. Is there better ways that you guys have been working on to try and help protect the livestock animals that we have here in the state? And what would you suggest possibly for us as a committee to help that?
So excellent question. The the concern of biosecurity and the spread of disease that's happening between livestock, equine, this is a concern. We are seeing more and more rescue animals, as you're all aware, rescue horses, rescue cats and dogs that are coming to us from all different parts of the country. With them are coming all sorts of diseases that are not from our region. So we've seen coccidioides in a dog from Arizona because we don't have that up here, but they were from Arizona. We saw, diphtheria in a rescue horse that came up from South Carolina. We see diseases popping up in these animals all the time. So there's the issue of the challenge of rescue animals. Many of these diseases are not necessarily even reportable, so they wouldn't be screened for or tested for. So there are regulatory diseases that are required for transport and interstate movement and sale, things like the equine infectious anemia test. We test 8,000 horses a year for that test. These regulatory tests are largely controlled through the state veterinarian's office and through the state, the statutes that restrict movement. As a diagnostic lab, we don't have a lot of say in what's the effective measure to help reduce those risks. We are here to provide and communicate with our state vet the moment we have what appears to be an outbreak or a situation that could pose a threat to other animals. And so we do report regularly. As a lab, we're required to report reportable diseases and diseases of public health concern. So we communicate regularly with Steve Crawford's office, but it would really be under the jurisdiction of the state vet to really decide if any future legislation was going to help them in their role in safeguarding the import and export of animals. But so I know he would be working with you closely on any of those questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for taking my question. And thank you. So one of the questions that I have is what your relationship is with tick-borne illness testing and the relationship of that between zoonotic diseases and humans and animals, actually, I guess, and the intersectionality that you might have with DHHS or anything like that. This is an issue that is of great concern in my constituency, and I'm just curious to hear what your role is.
Sure. So you're correct. Vector-borne disease transmission is certainly a huge concern in our region, whether it be mosquitoes or ticks. And we are, from the diagnostic standpoint, looking out for these types of diseases. When it comes to ticks specifically, that has tended to be a really specialized test, really relegated to certain labs. And so Connecticut was the lab kind of in our region traditionally that would be working with ticks. I would say, though, that there is some renewed interest and efforts underway in a joint effort between Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire, us at UNH, to enhance and create tick surveillance and the diagnosis of diseases within these ticks. And so that's something that has not been funded yet. It's in the white paper stage, and where we, with Maine and Vermont, are looking for funding sources for that. So in the near future, we may get more involved specifically with ticks, but we do regularly diagnose the various vector-borne diseases and work closely with the public health department with all of that.
Thank you. I know from my own personal experience, I picked 20 of them off my leg this morning from a short hunting excursion out behind the farm. So there's a lot of them this year, and I'm certain that you're probably seeing a significant uptick, no pun intended, in the amount of testing that you're doing.
We've seen some livestock actually come in deceased from overly burdened tick loads, and they were basically just bled to death from the levels of tick. And we are seeing these ticks migrating further and further north, where they traditionally haven't been affecting livestock as much. So just the physical bleeding that comes from the ticks feeding is actually causing really significant pathology for livestock, and so we're watching that closely too.
Ken, did you have something you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, just because it is such a new issue for the spring. So UNH Extension, we collaborate with the University of Massachusetts Amherst with a program called Tick Report. So over the last couple of years, we've provided opportunities for residents to go through our portal and have their ticks tested for one of several human-borne pathogens like Lyme disease, et cetera. So we've been doing it, but to Rob's point, I think it would be great to have more in-house opportunities.
Thank you. Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your presentation today about the lab. Was really interesting for me. I'm interested to know how is your fee structure developed? I mean, is it you come up with what the fees are for certain tests and diagnostics to be done? And just an additional question too is when somebody sends something to your lab, how do you ensure that it's the specimen or the dead animal or part of the dead animal that's sent to you is sent in a way that is biosecure?
Right. Representative Aaron, thank you. So a couple of questions there. Our fee schedule is set by our lab. And across the country, some fee schedules for veterinary diagnostic labs are set by the legislature. In New Hampshire, the public health lab, for example, their fees are set by the legislature. Our lab traditionally has set our own fees, which does allow more flexibility to make any changes that are necessary. My view is that having affordable pricing is part of diagnostic stewardship. And so if a client cannot afford the test, that's a detriment to their animal, their livestock. It's a potential detriment to public health of a disease that might threaten humans as well. And so we need to make these tests affordable, but we also need to cover our expenses and also not trying to undercut private sector. So we are, we do market analyses and cost assessments, and we're not trying to make profits on it. We're just trying to provide a service that's affordable to our clients. And your second part of the question about biosecurity for shipping of specimens, we provide to our clients guidelines on how to properly package and ship specimens. And we do a lot of effort into really trying to educate them on that. Our own staff, when we have to ship things out, have to be specially trained and certified. And so we maintain staff members that are trained both for packaging carefully, but also labeling appropriately for all the DOT and IATA aviation regulations that are required for packaging and shipping. So we do as much as we can to educate. And for the most part, we have a fairly good track record for having things arrive safely and uncompromised. And certainly when we receive the specimen, we do everything that we can do for quality assurance and to maintain specimen integrity throughout the testing process.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay. Well, thank you, Director Gibson. We appreciate, we have one more question. Representative Kennedy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. One more quick question. In the past, for a competition, when we have collected blood samples for drug testing, I've been informed that your lab is not something that handles that. Typically, it gets sent out to Vermont. Is that something that your lab is interested in taking on at some point in time, or is that something in the horizons?
So again, if the need presents and there's a need for it in our state, we would certainly entertain and look at ways to offer that service. Again, when it comes to drug testing, that sort of toxicology is a fairly specialized test. And so not all labs will offer that. And it's fairly expensive, the type of equipment that you need to be able to do that. And so it would take a fairly large investment to be ready to do that. But certainly if the demand was there, we would look at possibilities to do that.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director Gibson. We appreciate it. You've done a great job in your presentation and answering our questions. Next, we will go to Marion McCord. She is the Senior Vice Provost for Research, Economic Engagement, and Outreach.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have a set of slides, but I just wanted to give a welcome to all of you. I am the Senior Vice Provost for Research, Economic Engagement and Outreach, and our office oversees all of the sponsored program activities on campus, as well as extension, cooperative extension, professional development and training, external engagement and outreach, and those programs managed by that unit, innovation, commercialization, and entrepreneurship. So it's a very large unit and it's very outwardly focused. So really looking at, as our mission, translating the research of the university to make a social and economic impact in New Hampshire. So we're very excited to be with you today. Ken LaValle is a vice provost in my unit, and he'll be talking to you a little bit about cooperative extension in a few moments. UNH is your state flagship university. We're an R1 research intensive university. There are only 130 R1 institutes of higher education in the United States, so it's a pretty elite group. And that means that the federal and state investments in the research work that we do can give really great benefit to the state. I've listened with great interest to the conversation and the questions. I've been working with Rob Gibson and Christine Bean at New Hampshire DHHS to put together a team to do an assessment of our surveillance capacity in the state. So we're looking at what kinds of capacity we have to look for human, animal, environmental toxins and pathogens, as well as plants. And we're hoping that by pulling together a network, we can build a consortium that will give better access to New Hampshire residents to the expertise that we have here in our through our combined resources, and will serve as a center of excellence for surveillance and for resilience for the state of New Hampshire. I arrived in New Hampshire in February of 2020 with a goal of increasing our research capacity here at UNH. And short weeks later, my first official act was shutting down research operations due to the COVID pandemic, and then restarting them again. One of my biggest jobs has been to build a COVID testing program from the ground up. We don't have a College of Veterinary Medicine or a public health program or a School of Medicine at UNH, but we have a genome center. We have great expertise at the vet diagnostic lab and in our other units. And by marshaling that talent at UNH, we were able to stand up a COVID testing lab within 100 days from scratch and tested about 4,000 people on our first day of opening. And so far we've tested over 600,000. We've run over 600,000 tests, and we've been working with DHHS to test jails, jails, homeless shelters, and long-term care facilities for the state. And we're also now engaged in a state program for testing for camps and public schools. So we are really trying to extend the resources that we have developed here to make them available throughout New Hampshire. We are, as a land grant university, again, our mission is to serve the public. And we're really excited to be making an impact here in New Hampshire. And I'll be happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the update you provided. I didn't even realize that your work existed at the college, so thank you. It's new. That was a great thing for me to learn. Representative Murray, did you have a question?
I did, just generally speaking, but I first wanted to say thank you for all of the dedicated work. I mean, setting something like that up in 100 days is commendable, and so our committee thanks you for that. But I did also just want to ask if the slide decks that we have been presented to, Mr. Chair, will we get copies of those digitally?
I think we lost you there at the end, but I think you're asking for copies from the presentations. Is that correct?
Yes, please.
Yeah. I will certainly put that out there to any of the presenters. If you'd like to forward that on to the committee, which we would sure love to have it. Any other questions for the Vice Provost McCord? I think that worked out as a great lead-in because my next person I was going to bring up was Director Ken LaValle from UNH Extension.
Thank you, Representative Pearl and the rest of the ENA committee. It is always so nice to get a chance to engage with you all. And Representative Pearl, I think, knows I grew up just down the road from his farm in Pennacook, New Hampshire. So, it's always nice to see other folks that were from the same part of New Hampshire. I do have a slide deck that I'm going to show you, and I hope to keep it as brief as possible. Let's see here. You think I'd be an expert at doing this at this point? From the beginning. All right, so I fundamentally just wanted to give, for the new folks on the Environment and Ag Committee, some idea of who we are as UNH Extension, what we do, and then just a little bit of our response to COVID-19. So who are we? We have extension offices in all of the 10 counties. We have professional education campuses in Manchester and Portsmouth and one at UNH Manchester. And I'll dig in a little bit more about this in a moment. UNH Extension is about 150 people strong. It's very important that we have more people in the field than we do in administration and than we do in Durham. So you can see here that we have about 63% of folks that are helping with getting information out to communities. And with that, I want to mention that I have two new phenomenal colleagues, in addition to Rob, with Anton and Anthony Davis. I think they truly appreciate the uniqueness of the state of New Hampshire and both genuinely want to make a difference to the ag and natural resource businesses and communities around the state. You may not realize, but Cooperative Extension engages more than 150,000 residents per year in face-to-face programs. We learned very quickly through COVID that we had many millions over the last year engaging in our online newly developed content. From a return on investment, which is very important to me and to our organization. So the county contributes about $2.9 million to Cooperative Extension. The state, through the USNH appropriation, contributes about $7.6 million. It's important to note that the return on investment is high, and our extension professionals bring in an additional $7.7 million to leverage the county and state contributions. And this is important because it truly allows us to be the size that we are. So I wanted to just briefly go over our 5 key program areas. Obviously, food and agriculture is a very important piece of what we do in Extension. Generally, we want to provide support to fruit and vegetable, dairy, livestock, and ornamental horticulture industries, food safety for schools, restaurants, and food producers, and practical advice for the home gardener. It's also important that we have safe and local food production, and small-scale agriculture continue to be very high priorities for us. In particular, we also provide soil testing, plant pathology, and business planning. It was important during COVID that we maintained our ability to get out on the sites, work with the farms, and make sure we were doing the soil testing and plant disease diagnostic needs so that we didn't just leave in the face of COVID. Another area that you might not be familiar with is our Ask UNH extension. So we have an 866 number, 866-EXT-GROW. We have an online portal through Ask UNH extension. And we also have a home gardening podcast. It's really funny. The home gardening podcast we just built out during COVID, and we already have over 4,000 subscribers. And it actually ranks in the top 5 of all podcasts focused on home gardening, which was really surprising. Ask UNH is an important online gateway to home gardening, pest management, lawn care questions, food safety, etc. Our 866-EXT-GROW number fields about 9,000 calls a year, and that is run by trained volunteers with expert content reviewers. You might have seen us on Channel 11 with the Grow It Green segment. That has also been an important way for us to bring the intellectual resources of the university out to communities. Our natural resource program area is also important. We work closely with our many state and federal partners. We provide forest stewardship and wildlife support services to both landowners and municipalities. Land use and water quality education, you may be familiar with the Lake Slay Monitoring Program, which is a partnership between the College of Life Science and Agriculture and Extension for multiple decades. To commercial fishermen and support for trained volunteers working with their communities to protect those natural resources. Youth and families, critically important. For Extension, we feel that positive youth development is critical to the long-term sustainability of business, society in general, and the economy of New Hampshire. And our staff provide leadership for the 4-H youth program in all 10 counties. We educate K-12 teachers, provide after-school programming, and specific STEM education. Last count, we were at more than 25,000 youth participants per year, which is outstanding. I'd like to see it higher. We work with state partners also to provide substance misuse programs for long-term pain management. So cooperative extension at our core is to be meeting the needs of New Hampshire in general. So as those needs have evolved, we've increased our capacity to deliver programs like substance misuse programs, mental health first aid programs, and also community and economic development. I'm very, very excited to let you all know that the University of New Hampshire really does see the 4-H program as its golden positive youth development program. And for the last, I think, 4 years now, we've provided a 4-H merit scholarship. This merit scholarship is outstanding. So every year from second grade through graduating senior, that an individual is actively involved in 4-H and a club member, they receive a $500 merit scholarship per year at the University of New Hampshire. So if someone is in for 10 years, they will receive $5,000 per year that they go to the University of New Hampshire. We're also allowing transfer students, so community college students that come in after 2 years that have been 4-H participants in the state of New Hampshire will also receive that benefit. Our community economic development program is really about working with communities to identify what they need to encourage business development, sustain business development, and consider new ways of kind of partnering with the natural resources to bring more people to the state of New Hampshire. In particular, Extension is working with about 2,500 businesses each year to do this in all 235 towns and cities of the state of New Hampshire. Our fifth program area that you may not be at all familiar with as associated with UNH Cooperative Extension is our professional development and training arm. This is a fee-for-service, revenue-driven program that really also allows Cooperative Extension to be the size that it is. This unit was formerly the College of Continuing Education, And now we provide non-credit program and certificate programs to more than 5,000 people each year in a broad range of topics, from stormwater management all the way to computer science. Volunteers are our lifeblood, and in spite of COVID, or despite COVID, we had over 4,000 volunteers this past year, reach an additional 53,000 individuals in the state over 14 volunteer programs. The value of their time is more than just a number at 4.17 million. They really are additional arms out into communities, bringing the resources of the University of New Hampshire into towns. I want to provide a couple of examples of some of the programs we do that I think relate to the environment and ag interest. So we have a citizen science program. Citizen science has been a growing area of volunteerism for at least the last decade, and we have a very healthy program at the University of New Hampshire. One particular program is the Natural Resource Program that hosts the New Hampshire Invasives Academy. This is a 5-week course. We adapted it to 100% online. We had 105 applicants for 40 spaces. I'm really, really excited to say that Representative Von Blinsky participated in our spring cohort, and after which he's already launched several garlic mustard volunteer days in Keene. Additionally, we had over 3,000 volunteers trained in COVID safety practices. So despite COVID, people still wanted to find ways to volunteer in volunteer natural stewardship programs. So we educated them in safe ways to do that, following CDC guidance and state guidance. The final project I want to bring up is called Nature Groupies. Now, Nature Groupies is a way to empower multiple generations of outdoor enthusiasts to volunteer, again, focused on natural resource stewardship. This is a phenomenal program that really works with over 200 conservation organizations and provides a one-stop portal for an individual who is interested in volunteering on a land care environmental purpose through a network portal. This app has been incredibly successful. Again, 200 different organizations are populating a calendar that you can search based on interest areas. And we're excited to say that this is continuing to grow. Our goal is to have over 20,000 volunteers use this portal in the next 5 years. An example from our forest industry. So we support a $1.6 billion direct impact, 7,000 jobs in the state of New Hampshire in forest industry. Particularly when we think about forest industry support, we are helping with how to diversify, what to do with low value pine, for example, and figure out ways to encourage entrepreneurship in the low value wood market, as well as train and keep licensed our commercial foresters. I'll end by just giving a couple overviews of the things I'm most proud of that we've done during COVID. So we produced a farm products map. I think you all heard at the beginning of COVID that there were rotting produce and spoiling milk because there were no place to bring it. So we wanted to connect the people producing the food to the people that needed the food, in particular those who were food insecure. We did the same thing with a local seafood finder. Oysters, you may not know, but their value is based on their size. And the most valuable oyster is about 2.5 inches. So anything more than that, they start to lose value. So oyster growers, all of a sudden, were in a situation where they needed to sell their product or they were going to lose a great deal of revenue. So what are we going to do looking ahead? We know that Many people have accessed our resources online, but first and foremost, we're a relationship-based in-person program. Over the next year, we're going to continue to focus on helping communities, ag and natural resource businesses recover from COVID-19. We're going to continue to build relationships with youth through our 4-H program, and we're going to expand our mental health, healthy living, and opioid programs. Thank you, and I will take any questions you might have.
Well, thank you very much, Director LaValle. That's a great presentation. I personally am familiar with the services that Extension provides. And has George Hamilton actually retired yet?
He has not retired.
I know he's
is
going to.
retiring the end of June. And
Yeah,
we're all holding our breath because maybe he'll change his mind.
Yeah, I know he's been threatening it for quite a few years. That'll be a huge resource that the ag community will lose.
No, you are absolutely correct. And that is a high priority position to replace in our Hillsborough County office.
Certainly.
We certainly won't replace him either.
That will be big shoes to fill for anyone who tries, but we certainly appreciate George and all the years of service he's had in the ag community and to Extension. You're a valuable resource for those of us in the agricultural industry. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Is there any questions for Director LaValle? Looks like you may get off easy.
All right.
Well, we thank you for your presentation, and we continue keep up the good work. We certainly appreciate it.
Looking forward to seeing you in person.
All right, me too. Okay, next we'll bring up Stacy Perslow, the programming coordinator for the New Hampshire Farm to School program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. So again, I'm Stacy Perslow with the New Hampshire Farm to School program. New Hampshire Farm to School is a program at UNH's Sustainability Institute. It's been a home there since 2003. I wanted to give you a little bit of information about what's happening with schools across the state on the local food procurement end of things. Some of this data is my own that I've collected, and some of the data is from the USDA. They do a farm to school census across the country every few years. The figures I have there are a little bit old. They're supposed to be releasing new data this spring, so hopefully some of these numbers will increase. So you can see on the right, the bar graph showing the amount of dollars that schools are spending on local food. Some of it's increasing, like schools that are purchasing nothing has gone down, which is great. We want to see that. And some purchases are going up into the higher end. But again, this is still a little bit old, and we're not even going to count this past school year because it was really tough for schools to purchase from farms. So, and then according to the USDA, that is the percentages there, that 77% of schools participate somehow in farm to school. Schools are purchasing $840,000 worth of New Hampshire food. 70% of school districts have a school garden. And then you can see the top local food purchases by schools. So these are all New Hampshire products, apples being the favorite and easiest to acquire and easiest to serve. So we have a couple of other programs that help support farm purchasing. One is called New Hampshire Harvest of the Month. So it's a year-long seasonal calendar of foods that are grown in New Hampshire that schools can acquire. The program comes with classroom activities geared toward elementary schools. It has school lunch friendly recipes associated with it. It's been adopted by a lot of schools across the state. If you ever look at a school lunch menu, you might see these images there or these foods on the school lunch menu. So this month is mixed greens. You may see that on, hopefully, because they'll be serving salads on the menus. We also have a couple of distributors that are using it to promote the foods to schools. They sell, like Native Maine uses it because they have a lot of school customers in New Hampshire. Food Connects in Vermont, which is a food hub, but they also have New Hampshire customers, so they use it as a promotional tool. So it's pretty easy for schools to adopt this. We also just last year finished up an Indigenous New Hampshire harvest calendar. So it's a 4-season calendar of foods that the Abenaki people who have lived and still live here would have eaten. It's not necessarily meant for schools to be able to go buy these foods because they can't, they're not commercially available. But it's more of a classroom program to educate schools about the Indigenous people that lived here and still live here. So you can see all of the different foods that are featured. Some of them they certainly could get, like the blueberries and maple syrup and cranberries and squash. So there's recipes associated with it. Again, classroom activities, seasonal posters of all of the foods. Another project we're working on right now is a local vegetable processing project. We received some grant funding to start this. Schools and institutions use lightly processed vegetables all the time. It's a labor-saving product. They can just buy it and use it. They don't have to chop it up, wash it, whatever. It's just ready to go. So this is about trying to use local products for that market. So we have this pilot project happening with a farmer in the Lakes region who is supplying the carrots. Genuine Local, which is a commercial kitchen in Meredith that is making the carrot sticks, or right now are carrot sticks, and they're going to move on to shredded carrots and sliced carrots. The Belknap Food Shed, which is the purchasing platform, and the Concord School District is the buyer. And so it's a pilot project, and we're trying to work out what's going to work best, what's the price points that are going to work best, and hopefully expand the offerings and expand this opportunity to other schools in the state. So the next product up will be a tomato sauce. So we have to wait for tomato season for that. So we also have a state farm to school network, and we're working on a farm to school reimbursement bill for the state. So basically asking the state to fund this reimbursement bill, meaning that for every $3 federal that a school spends on New Hampshire grown food, they would get $1 back from the state, up to $1,200 per school. So it's really an investment in New Hampshire agriculture and an incentive for schools to buy more local foods. And then a couple of other things that are happening. The National Center for Appropriate Technology, along with the National Farm to School Network, have developed a training. It's a train the trainer program around teaching people how to sell to the school market. So this is going to start later in the year. There's going to be one in the Northeast. The NCAT Northeast office is in Keene, New Hampshire, and they participated in putting this program together. So I hope to attend. We hope that, I think someone from Extension is going to attend, someone from the Department of Ed, maybe someone from the Department of Ag will go to this training and learn about the school market, bring the program back, and offer some training to New Hampshire farmers on all about the school market. And the USDA Farm to School Grant Program, which has been around since, I think, 2012. We have 3 proposals from New Hampshire this year that would support actually this NCAT training that the Department of Ed submitted. So we would be able to send people to the training and then be able to support the training back in the state, as well as provide some stipends for farmers to participate in the training. But since the inception of the grant program, we've had $500,000 come into the state to various school districts and other entities that have applied for the grant. And then I also wanted just to make you aware of this is at the federal level, the Child Nutrition Reauthorization Bill, which is the bill that funds the National School Lunch Program. It has to get reauthorized every 5 years, and this is one of those years. And so these are some of the marker bills that may or may not end up in it, but any of these would help further support farm to school in the state and across the country. So that's what I have, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Stacy. Any questions for Stacy on the farm to school? Representative Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Ms. Perslow, for your wonderful presentation. I'm interested to know how many schools in New Hampshire have access to greenhouses. I know in my area we have Vilas School. They have a small garden out front, and other schools are doing, other grow programs. But I'm interested to know if there are any schools that have access to greenhouses, and how do they go about funding those as well?
Yeah, that is a good question. I don't know off the top of my head exactly how many schools have access to greenhouses, but I know some do. The newest one, I think, is in Pittsburgh School District, so way up there. They have a new greenhouse. There's some in the Lakes region and on the Seacoast. So there are some, and they've all been funded in different ways. The communities and the schools that wanted to do it may have done fundraisers for it. They might have, I know a school in the Lakes region that uses Title I money for their farm to school program, and they just put up a greenhouse with the help of Extension. So there are some. I would say there are more just school gardens across the state than there are greenhouses for those schools. And again, funding is in different ways. They could have funded it through grants or fundraising. Those are kind of inexpensive things to do.
Follow up?
Yeah, and also, in addition, I'm interested to know to what extent any corporations donate time, materials, money, whatever, like Agway or Tractor Supply, or any of these other companies that deal with agricultural products.
I think so. The ones that I'm aware of, and I'm not so familiar with Agway or Tractor Supply, but I know like Lowe's and Home Depot, they have programs where schools have gotten funding for supplies for garden programs. So like up to $5,000, you can get all you need to put in school gardens and more. But I'm not as familiar with those other businesses that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Yeah, Ms. Perslow, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Perslow, for taking my questions. So I'm curious about the intersectionality with the Department of Education and curriculum. I know that you had mentioned that somewhere, and can you expand on that a little bit?
So the Department of Education, I worked with the Nutrition Services Department the most because they oversee the National School Lunch Program, and the department is very farm to school friendly, so we've collaborated on projects. They created their own Harvest of the Month program for early childhood education programs. So I'm not so much on the curriculum end, but on the food service and school food end of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Perslow? All right, seeing none, we thank you very much for your presentation. I learned a lot. Next, we'll have up Erin Hale from the New Hampshire Food Alliance.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'm going to share my screen as well. Can you all see?
Okay, we got it. Go ahead.
All right, great. So thank you again for the opportunity to share some of our work with you. The New Hampshire Food Alliance is an initiative with the Sustainability Institute. We are a statewide food system network. So here today, it's been wonderful to hear a lot about what my colleagues at UNH are doing. We've talked a lot about stakeholders and engaging with the community, and that's really a lot of what we do with the Food Alliance. So here, this slide here just shows some of our many partners that we work with across the state. You can see that we work with both statewide organizations that work directly with farmers like Extension, as well as more regional organizations to try to connect all of the groups that are working to strengthen the New Hampshire food system across New Hampshire. Our network leadership team is the group of people that provide strategic direction for our network. And you can see again here, we've got Heidi Barker from UNH Cooperative Extension on that team, Charlene Anderson from the New Hampshire Community Loan Fund. Again, we have a breadth of leaders that are helping to kind of keep an eye on what's happening across the food system and figure out how we can collaborate, again, to help strengthen our food system. So again, our main focus is on connecting all of these groups across the state and to make sure that we are learning together and figuring out ways that we can work better together. And we focus on these six areas: increasing farmland conservation and access, supporting local farm, fish, and food businesses, encouraging eaters to choose local, improving food security and local food access, responding and adapting to climate change, and then promoting racial equity in our food system. And again, these are areas that our network partners have said are important to them, and these are the areas that they want to collaborate in. So I'm going to give you some examples of collaborative initiatives that have come out of our work together. I don't know if any of you have heard about the New Hampshire Feeding New Hampshire project. This developed just last spring and formed as a result of our weekly meetings that we started organizing when everything shut down because of COVID. We were organizing weekly and then bi-weekly calls with our network partners who were trying to figure out how do we support a lot of people who've now lost their jobs and are facing food insecurity, and also a lot of our local producers that were having to figure out ways to quickly pivot and find new markets and new customers. And so we worked together with the New Hampshire Food Bank, the Farm Bureau, and also NOFA New Hampshire to start this program that essentially delivered money into the hands of our New Hampshire producers by giving food pantries the ability to purchase directly from our local growers. This program is continuing and is continuing to grow. This summer, there's going to be $200,000 allocated to New Hampshire Food Bank pantries to purchase local produce. Another project that developed this last year and was the result of a USDA specialty crop block grant was the development of a New Hampshire Food Hub network. So again, we have a growing number of food hubs across the state, which are groups that are helping to aggregate local products and deliver them directly to customers or institutions. And one of the issues or barriers to growing this market for local food has been the ability to reach different parts of the state. And so the network is now working together to connect these local food hubs as well as other participating farms so that they can distribute products together and save transportation costs. They can aggregate and reach larger wholesale markets. They're learning together and sharing best practices. So this is another really exciting project that we developed just this last year that we are continuing to help find funding for in the coming year. One of the other things that we do is we help to, we actually do now coordinate the New Hampshire Eats Local Month activities. And we have turned that over the last couple of years into sort of a year-long effort to try to get the word out and communicate and educate consumers across New Hampshire about the value of eating locally in our state. So stay tuned for more information because August is New Hampshire Eat Local Month, but as I say, we're trying to get the word out that every month should be Eat Local Month here in New Hampshire. Another example of a collaboration that came out of the relationships that are built through our network is the New Hampshire Farm Future Fund. It's currently housed in the Cheshire County Conservation District, but essentially these are grants. This is philanthropically funded at this point. Grants to land trusts to work with landowners on farm viability planning and conservation easements. So oftentimes, in order to conserve farmland, farmers and landowners need assistance to think about how can they continue their farm operation into the future. So this couples conservation easement and business planning. Because we've talked so much about research, I thought I'd also just mention that we also, the New Hampshire Food Alliance, applied and received a core grant from the University of New Hampshire. So this is a grant to encourage collaborative research amongst faculty members, and also to connect research that's happening at the university with needs in the community. And so the topic was the Food and Climate Research Network. So we're bringing together researchers across the university who are interested in climate and food systems, and how do we create a resilient, reliable food system here in New Hampshire. And the last example of collaborative work that we're doing that I wanted to share is also to let you know that we're also thinking about collaborating and thinking about the resilience and reliability of our food system, not just within the boundaries of New Hampshire, but working together with other states in New England. So again, we're part of a 3-year USDA Regional Food Systems Partnership Planning Grant with other statewide food system networks that you can see here across the 6 New England states. And we work with Food Solutions New England as well, to try to figure out how can, by 2030, we produce, that we consume 30% of the food grown in New England is grown in New England. Sorry, that 30% of the food consumed in New England is grown in New England by 2030. So over the next few years, this grant will enable us to think about setting benchmarks and working together across New England states to really ramp up that local food production. And finally, just to say, how do people participate? We have an annual statewide gathering, an annual strategy retreat. We have monthly network cafes. We were talking earlier about meat processing. That was the focus. Elena was at our, was one of the presenters at our network cafe to talk about meat processing in April. And it's during these conversations that, again, a lot of this collaborative effort is catalyzed and initiated. So thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Hale. We appreciate that. Certainly you're connected with a lot of different groups that we in the agriculture work with. Do we have any questions for Ms. Hale? Looks like you might get off easy too. Okay. Well, all right, listen, I want to thank all of you that came in today and presented to the committee. I know I've personally learned a lot, and there was a lot of great questions, and certainly look forward to hearing from all of you as we go forward with things that we as the committee can help you with. And we look forward to using you as a resource too, as we navigate our way through the legislative process over the next couple of years. And so thank you once again, and I appreciate the time that you've given to the committee, and I appreciate the committee members for taking the time to learn about the various things that go on at UNH and other aspects of agriculture. So with that, I'm going to close the presentation, and you all have, those who have to drive, have a safe ride home, and the rest of you, again, thank you and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.